everyone, and welcome back to the stream. I hope you guys are doing well and having a wonderful week so far. Welcome in, Kel, and welcome in, Obscurity. Today, we are doing a cosplay stream. I feel like it's been a while since we've done one of those. I think the last one we did was Guts, and that was a whole different season ago. That's the fun thing about doing them every other month, is that it's just long enough for me to forget that we do them. But anyway, you guys voted for Enid Sinclair from the show Wednesday, which, I didn't realize how ironic that was until I was going through my closet looking for things that have like an Enid vibe. You ask somebody with a Wednesday core closet to cosplay as Enid, but I did find this cardigan that was giving Enid's window. It's just a little too hot to be wearing it while I put on the makeup. But I figured if I can't, get clothes that look like something she would wear, I could at least dress up as her window. So that's what we're doing, outfit-wise. Oh, yeah. This is what she looks like, by the way, for those who don't know. I have a plan. I have a plan for the hair. Let me show you my contingency plan first, though, if it doesn't work. So, I have this wig that I think is very Enid core. It's like a long wavy wig that starts like at a blue and then transitions from a lavender into a pink. We're gonna wear this if my first plan does not work. My first plan being I'm gonna try to paint my actual hair to give myself like the blue and pinkish tips that she has. I've kind of done something like that before and it worked. So we're gonna try it again, and hopefully that becomes a thing. One thing I really like about this cosplay, though, is her eye color is basically a less murky version of my own, so I don't actually have to wear circle lenses, which is nice. I really irritated my eyeballs at MomoCon. You're not supposed to wear circle lenses for, I think, more than 8 hours a day, and I definitely did do that. So, don't be like me. Okay. Enid's makeup is like kind of simple. But she does have really fun eyeshadow, which I think is nice. Her eyebrows are also just ever so slightly darker than her hair. I think I have a reference image on my second monitor, which is what I keep looking at. I realized it looks a little goofy. Okay. Anyway, how are you guys? I pressed a button with this towel and made her go away. I was not ready for that yet. How are you guys? I hope you're doing well. J-Train, welcome in. How are you? Things are going pretty well for me. Thank you for asking. I hope things are going well for you too. It's been, okay. I imagine at least a lot of the US is probably experiencing this, but it has been very unseasonably cold. Or not cold, but like cooler than it usually would be at the end of May. And I'm so sad because I planted some sweet peppers and they haven't sprouted yet, and it's been a month. I think it's been just a little bit too cold for them. So my grandma said it's supposed to be very warm next week, so we're gonna try again. But good news. This is good news to nobody because it doesn't benefit you guys at all. But the lettuce that I planted is doing very well. Because lettuce can, grow when it's colder. So it's doing very well. It's too hot for you. It is warm. It is warm, but it's been so cool that we've had the windows open today. It's not that it's, cold. It's just the weather doesn't usually do this time of year. It's very unseasonable. I'm experiencing that where I am. I'm literally wearing a hoodie right now. Oh, wow. Does anyone know what they usually say about, a cooler summer and what that means for the winter? It's been 80 here and it should be, 70. Oh, shit. It's been, 70 here when it should be closer to, 90. I know today, I think currently right now it is 69 degrees outside. Normally, I feel like it would be closer to 90. Well, I guess at 6 o'clock in the evening, not at 90, but it's just been a lot cooler than it usually is. Not to be the person that talks about the weather, but I do find it interesting. No, I'm sorry it's been warmer than usual, Cal. That does not bode well for us. I'm also I don't know if I've said this on stream, but I've noticed recently my weather anxiety has gotten so bad. And I know people have been saying like, oh, with climate change, hurricane season's gonna be crazy. I'm not excited about that. Where I currently live doesn't really experience a lot of hurricane season. But my parents still live in hurricane-prone areas. So that's fun. Welcome in, Zombie Nation! How are you? I hope you're doing well. Today we're doing a cosplay stream. I let chat vote, on which characters I should do a closet cosplay of. Basically meaning I try to piece together a costume with things I already own. So it's not like a full-on cosplay, but it's doing our best to capture the essence of the character. And we do this like every other month. And today we're attempting to do Enid Sinclair from Wednesday. I've never actually watched Wednesday. I'm gonna be so real. I know I would probably love it, especially when I was younger. I just have not watched it. Because I'm not the kind of person that likes to like cover or shave off my eyebrows and then draw on a more character accurate eyebrows. I think I need to pluck my eyebrows, actually. I like my eyebrows for my own face, but when I do cosplay, they're less of a moment. Nico, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. You're dreading hurricane season? Helene fucked everything up last year. Oh no, it's so dead. I don't know if you guys remember, but like I was kind of impacted by that. I had gone down to my parents the weekend it hit. Terrible timing on my part. That's a whole thing. But it was also, luckily it shifted. Okay, unluckily, because it did still fuck people over, especially like up in the mountains. But it was initially like going to impact Atlanta. And Atlanta's not built for hurricane weather. I don't know if you guys remember, but it was supposed to still be like a hurricane, like category 1, which isn't that bad. But in an area that's not built to handle that, it could still do a lot. Okay. I'm happy with my eyebrows. There's nothing else I can do short of plucking my eyebrows. And I haven't done that, like, ever. So we're not gonna do that on stream, because I know that shit hurts. Wednesday's okay. I think I would have liked it better if it wasn't the Addams Family. Like, feels like someone had a different Supernatural school pitch and Netflix was like, we will only fund this if you find a property to connect it to. Oh, okay. I can kind of get that vibe. Honestly, I like the Addams Family. I haven't seen much of it aside from like a couple of the movies from the 90s. Is all I've really seen, but I do vibe with it, and I love the aesthetic of like the Wednesday show. Everything I have seen from it just looks like something I would have absolutely loved when I was like 14. And I don't like say that to mean anything other than just I would have loved it at 14. Like, it was definitely the kind of media I would have killed for back then. Doing good, getting my ass handed to me in Elden Ring. Oh no, rest in peace. I'm doing pretty well, thank you for asking, Nico. Good luck with Elden Ring. I know I've been playing around with the idea of playing it, and I did play a little bit on my sister's PlayStation and convinced myself I did want to purchase the game and play it on stream at some point. That's gonna be in a post-Dragon Age world, I think. What am I looking for? What do I need to... I should probably go and do some foundation and concealer. I don't think it's that big of a deal for stream because I don't have a high-quality webcam. It's more of like a bigger deal if you were like trying to take nice photos if you were gonna be on TV. Anyway, I don't know what I'm talking about. Blue! Welcome in! How are you? I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the sub. That is so kind of you. 37 months is also an incredibly long time. That is... I can't believe that much time has already passed. That is mind-boggling to me. It's your childhood? I can feel that. I think my mom was a fan of the Addams Family growing up, or like when I was growing up. So we did like watch the like 2 movies from the 90s. There was one in particular. I think there were 2. I could look this up, but I'm not going to. I think there were 2. I know one of them, Wednesday went to summer camp, and I'd only seen that one like once. But the other one that was about that bald man coming in and pretending to be their uncle, we'd seen that so many times growing up. I don't know why that was the one that was always playing on TV and not the other one, but I'd seen that movie so many times as a kid, and I did really like it. Addams Family is, usually they are weird and are commenting on mainstream culture, but the Wednesday show is her at a supernatural school, so everyone is kind of goth and spooky, so there's no contrast between the family and the other characters. Right. Okay, I think I might have been a little too young last time I consumed any Addams Family to pick up on that, but that is something I have heard about it, like, over time, and I think that is really cool, and I do see the point you're making about, with if there's no contrast, like, they're not saying anything, they're telling a story about a supernatural school. Correct me if I'm wrong, Addams Family doesn't really have a lot of supernatural elements in it, like, normally. Like, I know you have Cousin It, but they're not, like, explicitly a supernatural being, they're just a really hairy guy. Right? At least that's the vibes the movies I'd seen had. There are 2 90s Addams Family movie, hell yeah, I remembered that. They're just goth. Yeah, I knew, like, the Base Family were just silly little weirdos, and that's why we love them. I need to adjust my mirror so I can actually see my whole face. Anyway. There were 3, actually? What was the 3rd one about? I don't remember. I probably didn't see the 3rd one. It's amazing. Actually, 3 years and 1 month? That is so wild. I can't believe I've been streaming for that long. Like, I know this March marked our 4 years streaming, which is wild. We did find a hobby that I liked, and I have stuck with it so consistently. Okay. You know, the one good thing about my webcam quality is you guys can't see how messy I put on this foundation. Enid Sinclair is a child. She's like, what, 15, 16? Her face is round. I'm not really gonna do contour because she has a round face. Although, let me like actually look at her. Might do a little bit on my nose. Okay. They're just a loving, functional goth family, and we love that about them. They're like the most healthy family on the planet. We should all aspire to be like them. Want to hear a joke? I would love to hear a joke. The joke in the original show in the 60s is this weird family is happier than most of the normal families and sitcoms at the time. She's 15-ish. Okay. She looks 15. Maybe it's because I am no longer, like, close to this age group. Or maybe they are just casting actors that are actually the age of the characters now. But, the cast of Wednesday definitely looks their age, or like the age the characters are supposed to be, if that makes sense. What's brown and sticky? Is this a poop joke? Is this a poop joke, Zombie Nation? Okay. I think it is kind of funny that they did that messaging in the 60s, because I know my grandma would have been a teenager in the 60s, and I think everyone in this chat room, everyone in this stream knows I was not alive during the 60s. I don't think most of us were, actually. But just based on how, like, she is about things and, like, other older people, it definitely seems like there was a lot of importance on, like, sticking to, like, the normal and conforming. So Addams Family probably really hit more so back then. Or maybe my parents didn't put as much importance on that, and it probably still hits as hard today. I don't know. I don't think I really did what I was supposed to do, but that's okay. I know what I need. My nose dips down more than hers, so we're gonna kind of like contour the tip of my nose to make it feel more round. I don't actually know how to do that. Okay. Jenna Ortega's in her 20s. I'm not sure about everyone else. Is she like early 20s? Because she looks like she's in her early 20s, or like not super old. Brown and sticky, a stick. I love that. That's the kind of joke my grandpa would tell, where it's like supposed to make you think you're gonna like say something else, but then it's like, it's a stick. Why did you think this was about poop? You are disgusting. Like that kind of joke. Okay. I don't think that did anything. I really need to learn how the drag queens do it. How they really change the shape of their face. Early 20s? That's what I thought she could have been like around 18 or younger when I first saw Wednesday, like it coming out. But early 20s also makes sense. What do you call a cow with no legs? What do you call ground beef? That's vile. Also, Pyramus, it does not feel like Thursday to me. But you guys know I like got back from a convention on Monday, so I like to go to anime conventions, and my friend group likes to go a day early and leave a day late, because part of my friend group does have a really, really long car drive, so it is safer for them to do so, and so the whole entire group just comes early and stays late, which is nice, and I'm sure my friends who do have the longer drive that actually do need to stay appreciate us coming early and staying late, because it, makes the hotel slightly cheaper for them, because they can split the cost. So I'm sure they really appreciate that. But anyway, I got home Monday afternoon. I got home Monday afternoon. I literally did not unpack until today. Because I got home Monday. I put all of my, like, prints on the wall. A couple of my friends that I carpooled with came over. And, like, they stayed for a while and let me autism out about Black Butler. I forced them to go through my art books. And then I passed out. I went to bed really early. And then Tuesday I had work to do. But I don't know, this whole week has felt a little off. Enid is a very chipper werewolf girl. She is! I would probably absolutely love her if I watched the show. I've heard nothing but good things about this character. I also really adore the lesbian sweater. So I've not seen Wednesday, but my understanding is that her and Enid do have a very close relationship that somewhat borders on homoerotic, or erotic's not the right word, but you guys know what I'm saying. Like, they could very easily be queer-coded, and the fact that they gave Enid the lesbian flag sweater, somebody on that team was really trying to lay down some hints. They are roommates? Yes! I've seen the window be split and, like, half rainbow and half the, like, cleaned off for the Wednesday. I think that's so funny. I do think that's really cute. I need to move on to my eyeshadow, because I feel like I'm going to look too much at my face and not know how to make it look more like her. So, the picture I have pulled up, she's wearing blue eyeshadow. At least that's what it looks like. So that's what we're going to do. I think she might like the color blue. It does look like a very comfortable sweater. The yarn looks really soft. It looks so cozy. Homo homies. They're homo homies. You're so right. Okay. I really need to get out. Oh, this is way more pigmented than I wanted. I really need to get out of the habit of like pulling my eyes when I go to put on eye makeup. Because I've heard that's like not great for your skin. And I would like to not fuck up my skin. But I learned how to do eyeliner from some girl on YouTube who did that. And I think it's so funny because to this day I still do that. It's been over a decade. And she has since come out and said, hey guys, I'm sorry I taught you to do eyeliner that way. That's really bad. Don't do that. Like when she was reacting to her old content. And I was like, welp. Fuck me, I guess. Gotta learn a new habit. Her eyeshadow doesn't seem like super pigmented, but it does feel like there's a little bit. Let me zoom in on this girlie's eyeballs. I think what I'm seeing might actually be blue eyeliner. So there is that. Skin grows back, gang. Don't worry about it. I guess that's true. Our cells are always making more. Don't quote me. I don't know shit about biology. It's been a long time since I've had a biology class. Okay. I like the faintness of the blue at the bottom. And then I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna start doing my own thing. Cause I know she's like a rainbow girly vibe. That is very much her she would've. She's like the combination of no, wait. I think she would fucking love Decora fashion. For anyone who doesn't know what that is, Decora fashion is like I think a Japanese street fashion that uses a lot of accessories, but it also uses a lot of like rainbow and like primary colors, and it's very kidcore adjacent. If anybody is familiar with the kidcore aesthetic, it uses a lot of the same colors, which is basically all of the colors. And it's very like the colors are very saturated as well. I wonder if she can see her sweater, or does she like bright colors to overcompensate for not seeing all the colors? Oh, maybe. I don't know. Does she have the kind of color blindness that like dogs do? Because I know like animals see colors differently. I'm assuming she has like wolf vision, which would be dog vision. It's never mentioned. So maybe. I wonder what colors dogs can't see. I should look that up. Or ask my mom's dog. That's a possibility that she likes really bright colors to overcompensate for what she's missing out on. They can see yellow and blue. Okay, so she probably can't see her sweater. That's so interesting and so sad for her. I'm doing pink on the edges, but I don't think I'm gonna like it. Because that's just me doing my own thing. So, good news is it doesn't pick up on stream. I also did not like it. I think it's giving. I also have this teal mascara. We're not going to talk about how old it is. Everything else is gray / muddy. I wonder if they can see like a difference in the hue. Is this even still liquid in here? I feel like she would wear teal mascara though. So we're gonna put it on. If there's actually anything to put on. I don't think that's doing anything. Welcome in, dear. How are you? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing so well. I feel like I should move my reference picture to the other side because I keep like leaning over here. So, is that actually... I don't think that's doing anything. I think this is... Yeah, no, that is definitely all dried up. Never mind. I'm gonna throw this away, actually. I should have done that. Nobody tell my friend Haley that I still have that mascara. She told me a couple years ago that if I had any love for her in my heart, I would throw away all of my old mascara. I did for my black mascara, but I didn't throw that away. But don't tell her. It's in the trash now, that's all that matters. Dog trainers recommend getting your dog toys that are blue or yellow for that reason. They can very easily lose a red ball in the grass. Oh, that's so good to know. That is very good to know. My parents' dog, they don't have a fenced-in backyard, so he doesn't get to play outside very much. Like, obviously they take him on walks, but he can't, like, loosely play outside because he's a husky, and huskies are kind of known for running away. But I'll have to let my mom know that about the dog toys. He has some across all color spectrum, but he also has like a lot of stuffed animals that are like browns. I've suddenly remembered that I hate putting on mascara, but this is for Enid Sinclair. I remember there was a time in my life where I would only cosplay characters where it did make sense for them to wear mascara because they were the kind of characters that a lot of people would wear false eyelashes for. Characters that definitely do have some lashes. And so I would wear mascara a lot for that. But then I stopped cosplaying them as much. I grew up a little bit. It has something to do with my age because I'm cosplaying them again now. But I started cosplaying other characters that either did not have like pronounced eyelashes or were like a lot more masculine, and it just felt weird putting on mascara. And now it's like I never wear it except for very specific situations. Her lower lash line is not visible, so we're not doing a lower lash line, which is great because I feel like I messed that one up a lot. Oh, I wish I had some really fun... Hang on. Not for use around eyes or lips. Damn, I was gonna like use my face paint to make some blue mascara, or not mascara, eyeliner, but I feel like the not for use around eyes should be something I actually adhere to. Oh shit, you know what I would eat? She would definitely be a glitter girly. We're gonna wear some glitter. I might have to rehydrate it because I want to wear the pink glitter. Because this glitter... Here, let me open it. You've waited so long for this. Welcome in, Zenith. I was so surprised to see that she won, but I'm very excited for the handful of people that have been, like, asking for her for a long time. Huskies do like to run, yep. You're currently playing your Poly Baldur's Gate 3 save. Love that for you. I need to pick my Poly save back up. I feel you. I have a mascara that should definitely be thrown out because it literally always makes my eyes water when I wear it. Yeah, dear, I would definitely throw that out and not get that kind again because you might like be having a reaction to it and that's not safe. It's a nice and very expensive mascara. It looks really good, so I haven't pitched it yet. I would try to, like, get something that's, like, comparable, but maybe different, and see if you have a reaction to that as well. Face paint that can't go around your eyes. So, Pyramus, a lot of the face paint that I have, you're not supposed to use it on your, like, lips or your eyes. Because it's not, like, safe if you ingest it or if it gets in your eyeball. I'm pretty sure it's the reason. And I guess... makeup made specifically to go around your eyes. I don't think you're still supposed to get it like in your eyeball, but it might be less of an irritant if you do so. Less dangerous. I don't know. I don't really know. But if it tells me not to do it, I probably shouldn't do it. I posted dog vision versus human vision in your Discord. Oh, sick. Okay. Oh yeah, Enid Sinclair definitely probably only mostly sees blues, which that's kind of interesting. Like, listen, is it old? Yes. Should it be thrown out? Yes. Am I going to? No way. Too Faced Mascara is $30 fucking a tube. That's wild. I do not purchase a lot of nice makeup, because I don't. I feel like I don't use it super regularly, so it would expire before I use it all. But also, I'm pretty sure mascara you're supposed to throw out every 3 to 6 months. I don't do that. You should though. But I'm not. Anyway, this is the glitter I'm gonna put on my face. This definitely matches her sweater. I do need to rehydrate this because the gel is dried out. But we will cross that bridge when we get there. You're looking so slay right now? Thank you! I'm doing my best. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put her lipstick on. I think this is like basically her exact color. I don't know. It's like a very nothing color. I say nothing. It's just like a dark-ish pink that's like almost natural looking on me specifically, I guess. It's just like if you take my natural lip color and make it like kind of darker, maybe a little bit more pink. This is the most feminine cosplay I've done in a while. Oh, speaking of cosplays, so I went to the Ren Fair a couple weeks ago, and I've kind of gotten obsessed with the idea of making like jester versions of characters. Because I saw fan art of Jace and Victor from Arcane as little like jester boys, and I want to make them so bad. I've talked my friend Haley into doing that with me, but we don't really have like a win picked out. But I've also one that I'm actually making because I'm doing it by myself, so it's not like a group I have to coordinate. I really want to make a jester cosplay that's like a jester redesign of CL from Black Butler. I think that would eat. I think that would eat, truly. I'm kind of hyperfixated on it, so I've already picked out patterns, some of which I already have. I just need to like print it back out again and size it to the size my body is now and not the size my body was a few years ago. So I can like go ahead and get started. I just need to get fabric. But I'm so excited. I'm like hobbling together different design ideas, but it's gonna be such a great time. All you need is the Nevermore uniform. Zenith, where did it go? It's fallen. So I thought I had maybe something remnant of her lesbian sweater. I do not. My closet belongs to Wednesday Addams, apparently. But I did find this cardigan that really reminds me of her window. So I'm gonna put that on when we're done putting on makeup. I just didn't want to wear it now because it's kind of warm for that. I don't think it's used to make my eyes water as bad, but it is over a year old at this point, and that's technically really old. I haven't been using it lately for this reason. Yeah, so if it's making your eyes water and you're not using it anyway, I would say it's probably not safe to use. You should probably replace it. Didn't buy it for myself. I got it as a work Christmas gift when I was working in the makeup department. Nice. Okay. Do not work at JCPenney's. They fucking suck so much. Fucking bad, and I can't wait for them to go bankrupt. Dear, you're in luck. Because every JCPenney's that I would feasibly work at is gone. The one at my parents' house, gone. That shit's been gone for so long. I don't know if there are any within reasonable driving distance of where I live now. I didn't know the store still existed. Does it sound like it'd go hard? Right? Okay. Actually, I don't think I can show this to you without doxing myself. I have a Discord server that's like for me specifically. For like keeping up with like things. It's like an organizational thing for me. And I think I would dox myself if I showed it. But I have like a whole collection of, I found this Victorian blouse that I'm gonna use specifically for the sleeves because it's got like big poofy sleeves. I've found a PDF pattern for one of those that I'm gonna use, and then I'm using the same pattern that I used to make the like bloomer shorts for my circus CL cosplay. I'm making new shorts because the ones that I had before, they don't like I can wear them, like I can put them on my body and wear them, but I think they're technically just a little too small. And there was just some bad crafting technique that went into making them, so I want to make them again. And actually line them this time. And then I picked up the kind of gesture hat I'm gonna do, which is like the two tails one. And I think it's gonna be so cute. And I've picked out like what kinds of fabric I'm gonna use, and I have like a really nice white brocade fabric that was part of my great grandmother's stash. For those who don't know, which I think is most of you guys, my great grandmother, who died a long time ago, she was really good at sewing, and she would like sew all of her own clothes, and she was just like, sewing was her thing. So I have, being the only person in my immediate family, actually, as far as I know, I'm the only person in my family, period, that like enjoys sewing. So I've kind of inherited her fabric stash. A lot of it is like quilting supplies though, because the last like decade or so of her life, she mostly did quilting. But it's still cool. I have a lot of scrap fabric, so anyone who knows the Magnus Archives, I really want to cosplay Michael, which is an avatar of the Distortion, I think? I just officially met him in the podcast. I'm not very far in, but I want to cosplay him, and I want to make him an outfit out of, like, scrap fabric and, like, patchwork it together. I think that would eat. Surprised to hear that JCPenney is still around at all. Me too, J-Train. I thought they were gone. Damn, that's okay, though. You look slay. I've been saying it for so long, but you'd suit an Enid cosplay. Thank you, Zenith. Thank you. I still cannot believe my local one is still open. Like, it's one of the only anchors still left at that mall. They're actively tearing down the old Macy's at the same mall right now, but somehow that place is still hobbling along. That's wild. I'm not gonna specify because I don't want you guys to figure out, like, where I live. But there are at least 2 malls within driving distance of my, like, reasonable driving distance of my house. And one of them is a little bit closer and easier to get to, and that one I've been to, like, several times, and it also has the only bookstore that I know of that's, like, kind of close to me. So I go there a lot. But I feel like there's a lot of things that just don't exist in that store now. The other one is more like a normal mall, like from the 2000s. And I've been on the weekends and it's still poppin'. But if you go during the week, it's like, wow, no one's here. But I guess it depends on where you live. Because I know a lot of, like, I've lived in areas in the past where a lot of malls started to kind of go out of business because they were in unsafe areas. And attracted a crowd that, I guess, stereotypically brought violence. So they started to go out of business. Okay, so her hair, it looks to me like she's got blue, and it looks like it's blue all the way around except for a little bit at the front where it's pink. Am I reading that correctly for her hair? I still think one of the only reasons is because it's literally in the middle of the mall, like quite literally it bisects the mall. And in order to get from one end of the building to the other, you have to go straight through it. So if it closed, it would literally break the mall into 2 buildings. That is an interesting layout. I don't think I've ever been in a mall that has a store in the middle that you have to walk through to get to the other side. I've never seen a mall built like that. So that's interesting. Don't tell us anything more about it because I don't want to figure out where you live or used to live. But that is very interesting. Last time I went to the mall was in the 2000s, I think. Listen, I went to Build-A-Bear for the first time ever a couple years ago. I guess it was longer than that now. I don't actually know. I think those only exist in malls. I'm the kind of person that if I know I can go buy it in person for roughly the same amount of what it would cost to order it online, for some reason in my brain, I would rather go buy it in person because then I don't have to wait for shipping. And I did this with Black Butler merch and MomoCon, because I know over the past few months we've been getting a lot of merch announcements with the new anime that's coming out. And there was some things I was like, wow, I need to have this right now. I'm not gonna order it. I would rather wait 2 months to go even see if there's a chance of getting it at the convention. I did get some things. Other things I thought were like way overpriced, so I'm gonna order them. But I did get some things. Enid's colors only in the fronts. Okay. Cool. I just know like, so I have a different picture pulled up on my other monitor, and it looks like she has blue on the sides. Like she has a little bit of pink and then some more blue on the sides. But we'll just do the front. Hopefully this works. I'm literally taking face paint and I'm just gonna... Oh shit, that's working better than I thought it would already. I'm just gonna do a little bit of that. This would work better if my hair was actually a light blonde like hers. But that kind of eats. That works very well. And it doesn't look super greasy like I was worried about it looking. Now I just got to figure out, so I've already taken a shower and like washed my hair today. Now I have to figure out if I'm gonna wash my hair again or no, I'm actually, as I'm saying this, I'm gonna have to wash my hair before I go to bed. Otherwise, I will just have paint all over my pillows. And I don't want to deal with that. That works. That's working so well. Okay. The blue feels like it goes up pretty high in the front. I'm really surprised at how well this is working. I think that's the case with a lot of malls. You had to walk through the JCPenney to get to the main part of the mall. I know JCPenney's been one of those stores that's definitely like, it has an entrance. But all of the malls that I remember going to, like, also had an entrance that wasn't attached to the store, any of the stores. And it, like, had a central area that wasn't a store. So that's interesting to me. There's a mall near me which is kind of close to downtown, so instead of completely closing, the city is making it like a community center and is holding events there. That's so cool! I've heard of some malls being turned into like apartment complexes, potentially, or like little living communities. Which is also really cool, in my opinion. Because we have these giant-ass buildings, so might as well do something with them. As much as I love urban exploring and seeing pictures of abandoned buildings, it is also really wasteful to just let them sit and do nothing. So that is very cool that they're like doing things with it. I know the mall in my parents, like where my parents live, there's a little dinky old mall there that's really depressing. It was never big to begin with, though. But it's... I feel like half of the stores in there are out of business. And the other half are just, like, barely hanging on. I know you guys said it's only in the front. we're just gonna do a little bit of the edges. More on the side as well. But this is kind of giving, like... Is it ever addressed in the show how she dyes her hair? Or is it, like, hair chalk? Because the way that it's just kind of interspersed and very faded does kind of give hair chalk. But at the same time, like, I know she consistently has it, so it has to be hair dye, right? Like, one would think that has to be dye. Walden Books is the best place to go in the mall. That, I don't have one of those. Although that one might be just a Europe thing, I think. But I might be thinking of something else. I feel like I'm definitely thinking of something else. All the malls that die and are left are usually is because there isn't a reason to go there. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Oh, I've missed something. There's some malls that are, like, surprisingly still active. I actually did a photography project for school where I went driving around my state and local areas, and I took photos of both dead and active malls, and seeing the ones that are still popping was wild. It felt like I time traveled back to the early 2000s. One even still had an active pet store that sold puppies. Oh, no, there's one of those. There's a very active mall semi-close to me that also has one of those stores, and the malls that I lived near growing up didn't have those, so, like, that is just, like, a whole new concept to me, and it's so depressing. It's so depressing. Guys, is it giving Enid Sinclair? I feel like we need another hit of blue. Just to make it feel more blue and less whatever weird greenish color my hair makes it look. I think that's giving. I think that's giving. Okay. To me, it looks like she has blue on this side. My mic is covering where I need to be seeing. Okay, this hair, I want to do the pink on that. Okay. my little weird long strands. I'm gonna come do the blue on this side. I'm not doing the back of my hair because no one needs to see that. What the Melly? Hannah, welcome in! How are you? I hope you're doing well. I feel like I haven't spoken to you in a million years. Okay. She turns into a sparkle dog when she wolfs out, so it's definitely dye. Cute. I love that. I think I have seen pictures of her werewolf form. I do think it's cool as hell that her werewolf form adapts to, like, her actual appearance with, like, the hair dye and all that. I think that's really cool. Is that also a plot point on how Wednesday can recognize her? It's identical. I appreciate it. I'm really glad that this idea was working out, because while the wig that I picked out as my contingency plan is her vibe, it's so different from her actual hair that I just don't think it would have read very well as Enid. Okay, we got a little bit of blue. I'm so glad it doesn't look greasy, especially on camera, because it really feels greasy. But, I mean, I am literally, like, just smearing paint into my hair, so that's fine. Season 1 plot is she's the only wolf that hasn't wolfed out yet, so she only wolfs out at the end. Okay, okay. Well, I'm glad she got that identity crisis resolved. Oh, also, not to like rope it back to Enid possibly being queer coded, but aren't wolves historically queer coded? Because wasn't it kind of like a metaphor for something? Or am I wrong? I remember reading that at one point, but I don't know if that was like specifically about the wolf in Harry Potter or if that's like a general thing about wolves. I'm a werewolf expert? Kel, am I lying? Am I making shit up and lying, or was that actually something? I'm glad we have the werewolf expert in chat to tell us, to set us straight. Yes, they are. Hannah says wolves are gay. Hannah, just because they make werewolf JVic fanfic does not mean wolves are inherently gay, but it would make you think. In Harry Potter, werewolfism is AIDS. I've read that. I've heard that before. Is that just a Harry Potter metaphor? 'Cause I feel like I haven't actually consumed a lot of werewolf media. And a lot of the werewolf media I have consumed was very, like, straight-washed, because it was, like, Twilight. I'm trying to think of other werewolf things I don't think I've consumed other werewolf stuff. Because in Beastars, Legoshi is just a wolf. There's no where about it. He's a wolf all the time in all places. That's just Harry Potter? Oh, thank God. Thank God. Because I know that as a metaphor was already a little iffy. I feel like the tips of my hair need to be more blue. Werewolf in history are usually pagans or Jews. Oh, that's interesting. That's very cool. I didn't know that. Never thought about werewolfism. Didn't know this. That's cool. Yeah, a lot of times, Zenith, monsters in horror are usually like metaphors or stand-ins for real-life counterparts or like real-life anxieties or like societal anxieties and things like that. Like, I know there's a vampirism. Ooh, I wish my mom were here because she could tell us. So there's a lot about vampirism and don't look at my hands. I'm trying to think. We were talking about Interview with the Vampire, and she said specifically about the idea of a black vampire. Was like vampires like leech off of others, so it's kind of like capitalism. Or in the case of like Louis from Interview with the Vampire, specifically the AMC show, before he gets turned into a vampire, he is basically like a pimp, and he has other characters, predominantly women, I want to say also predominantly black women, sell their bodies for his gain. And there's like metaphors there in vampirism for like taking advantage of people and things like that. Although I don't think that's like a history of vampire. So in all of history, werewolves are usually civilization versus the wildness. Can I hop in voice chat? Yeah, we can hop in voice chat. I'll just use the Discord server VC if you're cool with being on stream. Do we have a VC? We have a general VC. I'll hop in there. Oh, hi.
Hi.
I wasn't expecting you to be in here immediately as I clicked on it.
Yeah. Okay, so for werewolfism, usually throughout history, like I said, it's either civilization versus the wilderness, and like that duality of like natural impulses versus what civilization's telling you to do. And then the reason why I said that werewolves are usually pagans or Jews is because the full moon thing that we usually associate with werewolves actually doesn't pop up in werewolf mythology until the 1940s Wolfman movie. And before that, it is just that they're cursed, and usually they're cursed because they don't love Jesus enough. And like, so there's multiple legends where the cure for werewolfism is converting to Christianity. And
that is wild.
And so Harry Potter, like I said, it's AIDS. But a lot of people have started to use werewolves as a metaphor for unrepresented communities. So, like in Underworld, all the werewolves are people of color, while all the vampires are white. And you're getting more and more werewolves as queer people metaphors in modern stuff, because werewolves having a pack can mean just like community. So there's more modern authors are using werewolves as gay, or just werewolves as any other unrepresented uh, demographic. As for vampires, vampires are very frequently the 1% capitalism. Um, and that even goes back to Dracula, because Dracula is like a count and a noble and is and is leeching off the populace underneath him. And this is a thing where what's actually interesting about Interview with a Vampire, the book, not the new show, and several other American made vampire stories where the vampires are good guys, they're kind of accidentally romanticizing white supremacy.
Oh,
Um, because if you go through a lot of American made sympathetic vampire media, a lot of those vampires owned slaves or fought for the South.
right. We're looking at
And
you,
it kind of
Jasper.
ties into, yeah, so it kind of ties into um like this romanticization of like the Southern plantation era, and people writing it don't realize that they're playing into the romanticization of white supremacy and patriarchy.
That is so
um
interesting.
so that's why it's really interesting that the new Interview with a Vampire made Louis black rather than a slave owner. And him being kind of a pimp is commodifying and using people to lean into the 1%, kind of making the point that um, the 1% can be of any race. Capitalism can turn anyone into a parasite. Um, but older vampire stuff, sometimes you get that they represent disease, like a lot of before Dracula stories are like consumption or plague representations.
Yeah,
So yeah.
that's really cool. The more you know.
Yeah. Happy that I could drop some werewolf and vampire knowledge on you.
I'm always happy to learn about those things. I've been really interested in like more so vampires and werewolves since middle school. So that's
Um,
really cool.
I like werewolves because I like scruffy, fluffy things more.
No, that's so fair. I've
Yeah.
just recently started to be attracted to those kinds of characters.
And what I think is really interesting, and this is the 1940s Wolfman. I said once on Blue Sky that the full moon represents Nazism, and people thought I was joking. But the guy who wrote the 1940s Wolfman was a Jewish man who left Germany right as the Nazis were taking power. So he got out
Ooh.
just in time. And he said that writing the Wolfman was basically dealing with how he felt as the Nazis were rising to power. This thing rising was turning him into a monster in the view of his neighbors. And watching it with that in mind is very interesting, because the only other werewolf, the werewolf that bites him, is a Romani person. And the way that you can tell if someone's a werewolf is they have a pentagram on their hands, so they're marked by a star.
Oh. Yeah, that's very on the
So,
nose.
yeah. Um, but so yeah, like I said, I was like, I can't type fast enough to put all this in. Yeah.
No, I feel that. I feel that. That's really cool though. Thank you for telling me.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go back to drawing and just listening to your stream.
All
But
right.
thanks for letting me pop on.
Of course, of course. Have fun drawing. That was very cool. I love learning. Okay, I think we're done with the blue. I think it's so funny. This is the first time I've used this palette. We've already broken down to the bottom. Dio is a little bit more than bisexual. You're so right. Okay. One of Discworld's books has capitalist vampires as villains. Sick. My examples are obviously Alucard and Dio as examples of bisexuality. I do think it's really fun, though, that Dio is canonically bisexual. I feel like a lot of JoJo's, whether it be accidental or not, has come out very, like, queer-coded. So from that point of mind, I'm like, yeah, Dio's bisexual, and it's not a problem that he's the only canon bisexual. But also, like, there's no straight explanation for Part 7. I hate to say it. Steel Ball Run, there's no way you can make that straight. You can talk about it all day. That's literally me with Black Butler. Literally me with Black Butler. So I definitely understand that. Monday, when Haley and Ruthie were, like, at my house after we kind of came back from the convention, Haley multiple times had to tell me to slow down and breathe because I was just, like, going off about it. Okay. Luckily, the pink is not as pigmented in her hair because it's not going to be as pigmented in mine either. I'm gonna be so for real, I was a little disappointed with how they handled Enid after her wolfing out because when her family talked about it, she hadn't transformed yet. They talked about how, like, she'd never be able to connect to other wolves and find her mate or whatever, and it felt very, very similar to how people talk about queer people, especially aro ace people and or lesbians. So it's kind of disappointed when by the end of the season she ended up... She's dating a man?! Okay. Interesting. I can see why that would be disappointing. I knew Wednesday had, like, a romance subplot with a man, or it was, like, kind of hinting that way. Did not know Enid was also with a man. That feels very out of character. I've never seen this show, so I don't actually know what would be in and out of character for her. But that is surprising information. I didn't mean to react so disgustingly. Wednesday has a love triangle, which is wild. Like, I feel like Wednesday Addams would not be caught in a love triangle. That's so, like, not Wednesday Addams core, in my opinion. But I guess it's hard to say because the Wednesday Addams I'm familiar with as a character is, like, 10. I don't know about you, but 10-year-olds typically are not in love triangles. Now you look identical, I've been saying... I've been saying it ever since I saw you first. You were giving me Enid vibes. I appreciate it, Zenith. I'm trying my best. I'm definitely gonna have to wash my hair after this. Oh. I have a missed call from my grandma, and my mom texted me an hour ago that there's a tornado on the ground. My windows are open. I'm gonna tell her it's just drizzly. Because it is not stormy. Anyway, I'm fine. Hannah, I don't think it's in my area. She's figuring it out. I'm sure she's still queer-coded. She is. You know what? Everyone has a little bit of a compet phase. It's fine. Love learning about werewolf lore. Me too. I really love learning about, like, media. I think it's so fun. I did not know this was a path of study. Otherwise, I probably would have picked it instead of film production. Potentially. I actually don't know if that's true. But there's this person on TikTok that I follow that, is studying, like, media. I forget what they call it specifically, but it's, like, media ethics and, like, the philosophy of media. And basically, like, I realize I think most people here right now are a little bit too old for this kind of discourse, but you guys, you know how, like, fandom has kind of turned into, like, shipping and anti-shipping discourse about censorship and like being pro censorship and anti censorship and like fighting about problematic media. Basically, like, this field of study is studying that kind of thing. Not that, like, it's pro-censorship or anything, but it's just, like, studying, like, why people are interested into certain, like, tropes that may be considered upsetting or problematic, and, like, things like that. And I love learning about that. I did not do this field of study justice talking about it just now, but it just sounds so interesting. We're gonna do a lot of pink, because my hair on the pink side is longer than the blue side, but I wanted to kind of come up to a similar area. Pain of my goddamn existence. So, can I, before I say what I'm about to say, I'm gonna preface that I literally don't care what people are into fiction-wise, as long as we're all being respectful of each other's boundaries. It does not bother me. Anyone can interact with my content, or like me as a person on the internet. Just like respect boundaries and we'll be good. You guys know I've been in the Black Butler fandom for a long ass time. Too long, some may say. And in the Black Butler fandom specifically, anti-ship literally just means you don't like Sebastiel. It literally only means I don't like ships that are between a child and an adult. So for the longest time, I thought that's all it meant. And I was like, so when I started hearing about like My Hero Academia and like other fandoms where that's not as prevalent, and they were still like anti-shipping and like talking about like problematic content, I was like, they're all 15. Why are we talking about Baku Deku like it's the same thing? What do you mean? God forbid we have an enemies to lovers moment. I was so confused because I didn't know that, like, it was more than just what the Black Butler fandom used it for. Because even if you ask people to this day, in the Black Butler fandom specifically, they will tell you anti-ship literally just means you don't like incest or children and minors together. And that's all it means over there. But I've learned more recently that in other spaces, that's not what it means. And that for most of the internet, pro-ship is literally just people advocating for no censorship. Because when you allow governments and like people in power to decide what is and isn't appropriate, more often than not, you're gonna come out with nothing being appropriate, especially in terms of like talking about queer people, or maybe even like, I know in the US, if you're not a straight, white, cis man, you're basically, like, not appropriate. That's the political vibe of the people in power right now. Some of my hero ships are the teachers. I guess that's fair. I've never seen, like, people shipping students and teachers in My Hero, though. But I was never that deep in the trenches. I'm sure it exists. But I was seeing people use this same, like, pro-ship, anti-ship terminology with fucking, like, Bakudeku, with, like, two teenagers of the same age on pretty equal footing. All because Bakugo bullied Deku. I feel like we should not be talking about these things like they're all the same. Okay. That's our hair. I have look at my hand. I have a bisexual hand here. OMG Enid! Hi, Desi! Welcome in, how are you? I hope you're doing well. I've just seen Teacher and Teacher. Yeah, I know people ship Eraserhead and Present Mike. I do like that one. I do really like that one. And also Eraserhead and the Laughing Girl. I cannot remember her name. But like the adult hero. I'm sorry, guys. It's been so long since I've gone here, I don't remember names. But I liked that ship as well. There are people who ship Deku with fucking All Might. I didn't know that, but I'm also not surprised. Maybe I'm weird because I don't really have the energy to care about what other people are doing as long as they're not using it to harm real life people. But that is kind of wild as well. I have seen people though say ship Deku's mom and All Might and like jokingly say that All Might is Deku's dad. I think that's funny. I really like that. Okay, her hair is like clipped back, so I'm gonna clip back my bangs on the pink side. I don't actually care about them, I just like the name. That's so fair. That is so fair. There's a ship from Scum Villain that I really like. I like the ship because I think it's silly, but the name for the ship is Cumplane. Taken from the characters' like online usernames, which are also just dick jokes, so it is the vibe. Actually, okay. We're just gonna clip it there like that, because I don't like how my forehead looks when it's clipped back like hers for real. Scum Villain rep dropped! Yes! Yes, we love Scum Villain. Scum Villain's getting a hardback. I think it's a box set release. 7Cs wants my money so bad. I will be buying it if the pre-orders are still open by the time I can have that kind of spending money again. I'm so sad that they announced that when I just got back from a convention, because it's like 7Cs, please. I just spent hundreds of dollars. I can't pre-order this right now. Actually, I probably could, because I know one of the places you can pre-order it doesn't actually charge you until it drops, but I like to have it in my account before I pre-order, even though I know I'm not going to get charged for several more months. It's just, I don't know. It feels illegal to pre-order when I don't currently have the money to pay for it. Does anyone else feel that way? Are we done? Is this his Enid? Oh, wait. The fuck-ass cardigan. You kind of ship it because it's hilarious to think that while Deku is at school, All Might is just banging his mom. That's so silly. Oh, not the ads. Xenoth will be back soon, and we'll be more Enid coded. I think I took this from my grandma. Oh wait, let me get rid of her. The sleeve on one side has the color, and then it's like I don't know how to say what I'm saying. That's actually kind of fun. Wait, let me button it. 7Cs is dropping their quality a lot, I hear. Like, they're trying to get so much money from us Danmei fans, and they just rush it, so the quality is dropping or something. I don't actually know. The only Danmei I have is MXTX stuff, and those have all been fine. But I also, like, I don't know Chinese. I can't speak on the quality of the translations. But Scum Villain was very understandable. I feel like it was good. It's fine, Wednesday gave her that cardigan. This is just the Enid X Wednesday cardigan. If this cardigan is not just their window... Okay, this button... I'm dumb. I was trying to do the outside through the buttonhole. The buttons are actually on the inside. I work for 7Cs and we need to hire more staff. Oh. Well, if I know anyone, if I ever meet someone that knows Chinese, I'll send them your way. I've decided I will ask every 35-plus-year-old woman I see on a date to Olive Garden, wedding ring or not. Good luck, Pyramus. I hope you find someone to take you to Olive Garden, or to take to Olive Garden. But you'll get to rest well. Yeah. We're hag maxing. Is 35 plus hag ears? Management needs to be willing to hire more staff. You're right. You're right. I forget, especially in certain industries, understaffing is more to do with management not wanting to hire people than it is actually, like, having people willing to apply for the job. This is very You know, I'm gonna make a character choice. I'm gonna say Enid Sinclair is probably the kind of person that would fuck hard with, like, candy. Can I show you guys? Okay. I did a little bit of candy trading at MomoCon. And I got this cute-ass fucking dinosaur perler bracelet. And I got this beans bracelet with the most giant orange bead on it I've ever seen in my life. Those are... I got a couple others, but I cannot find them. They're somewhere in here. This star bracelet, though, I got that at AWA, but it is very Enid core to me. Oh, this is another one that I, like, traded for. And then here's... I think this is the last one I traded for. It's giving hex core, truly. And I told that to the person who, like, gave it to me, and they're like, oh, you're so right. And then, Emerald gave me a Gunnar bracelet. She asked us a few weeks ago, she said, what's your favorite brain rot phrase? And I said, Gunnar's fun to say. And she said, bet. So now I have a bracelet that just says Gunnar. I feel like this star is very, very Enid. The star cuff is very Enid core. I don't actually know this character, but it feels Enid core. Okay. This is Enid. Desi, thank you for the hydrate. The beans bracelet is giving arrow ace. Here, let me... It's definitely got the colors. It's definitely got the colors. Like the blues and the oranges and the yellows. I could see that. I could definitely see that. If you look up the Seven Seeds Union, it has cat mascots. You drew them? Oh, that's so cute. That is so fun. She absolutely would. I'm glad I got this accurate read on Enid. Okay. Do I need to do any... I was gonna do glitter. Let me go pour some water in this glitter. I will be right back. Okay. I gotta stir that shit back up now. I don't know how many people... Also, welcome in, Picky Pick. I hope you're doing well. I don't know how many people here have been in or adjacent to, like, cosplay communities at any point in the last, I'd say since 2016, because that's when I started really getting into it. But do you guys remember when everyone and their grandma was obsessed with uni glitter? I feel like there was an era of time, and it did coincide with the Steven Universe era of cosplay. There was an era of time where everyone had, like, glitter for their makeup. I'm still guilty of this. I think it's cute as hell. I think about it a lot. Because I think it's so funny. Everyone used to be, like, so obsessed with them. Honestly, I think everyone was obsessed with them until they released 4th of July glitter in 2020, because, like, the timing. I don't think they meant anything by it, but, like, the optics and the timing were very, at best. So if you guys don't remember, in 2020, there was a lot of political unrest in the US about police brutality and racism. And Uni Glitter said, here's our 4th of July glitter, and everyone said, ew. Now? Right after George Floyd? Are you for real? Anyway, I remember there was a period of time where everyone was obsessed with them and always spoke highly of them, to the point that when I had an allergic reaction, I'm allergic to nickel, and they have a couple colors, this being one of them. They have a couple colors that allegedly uses real silver. And I'm sure they do, and I've looked it up since. Some things, sometimes silver, and even real silver, will be cut with nickel, and I had an allergic reaction, and I felt so bad about it. But afterwards, I was like, why did I feel bad about having an allergic reaction? Like, that's not my fault. That's not a moral failing on my part, to have an allergic reaction to cosplayer's favorite glitter. Anyway. If you're allergic to nickel, be careful buying things that claim to have real silver in it. Especially if it's not like hyperallergenic and doesn't specify nickel free. Just be careful. Luckily, it only kind of breaks out my skin. It's not like a crazy allergy, but it's still uncomfortable. I don't know if people can have like a more serious allergy for like skin things like that. I'm sure you can. I'm not a doctor. I did not get enough water in here to like really stir this up. But this glitter is also old as hell. One of my friends used to get sponsored by this glitter company a lot. And she had so much of it. And I was at her house once and she was like, please take some of this glitter off of me. I said, bet. Little did I know, 6 years later, I'd be sitting here using this glitter that I got from my friend for an Enid Sinclair cosplay. Love that. It's kind of messy, but I feel like that's Enid's vibes. It's definitely her vibe, her energy. Thank you for the posture tech, stretch and hydrate. Don't wear silver armor. Yeah, I would have to make sure my silver armor was hypoallergenic or have like a layer of cloth in between, which you should be having anyway for silver armor. Don't have that metal directly on your skin. That only took an hour. I thought Enid's look would have been at least 3 hours, which is why I was kind of worried, but you look absolutely fucking slay right now. That look eats so hard. Thank you, Zenith. I've noticed I've gotten pretty good at not spending forever doing cosplay makeup. Like, unless I'm doing face paint or something really complicated, I can be done with that in like 30 minutes. Unless I'm streaming, then I'm yapping too much. Werewolves are also allergic to silver, so I'm just being in character. I really said when I was being born, it doesn't show up on camera, but there is a lot of blue paint on my jawline there. I said when I was born, hey, look, I'm gonna cosplay Enid Sinclair one day and I need to be allergic to silver. Buying glasses is a massive pain in the ass for me because I have to make sure I get glasses with hypoallergenic materials. Otherwise, I break out into terrible allergic eczema on my face. That sounds miserable. That's so miserable. The allergic to silver also came from the Wolfman movie. I feel like I need to watch the Wolfman movie. Before that, any wound would kill them. Wolfman really did just like revolutionize werewolf lore. That is so cool. That must be really cool to have created the piece of media that has like changed a genre of fiction. Is that the real color or are those clips? I painted my hair. They're painted with my hair is painted with face paint. So it's my real hair, but not the real color. Clips would have probably been easier and cleaner. It's okay. Enid would have purple hands. It is pretty common in werewolf media now, but yeah, it got common because of the Wolfman movie. The power of movies, that is so cool. OG Wolfman movie is surprisingly short, like 45 minutes. Oh, sick! You might actually be Enid. I might be. Okay. I should probably, I should have done this when I realized I had a text message from my mom about the weather. I should probably just, look at the radar and make sure I'm not actually under any sort of, like, weather warning. And then we'll figure out what to do after that. Although, I am having fun just yapping. I don't really feel like playing a game. But I could be talked into playing a little bit of something, potentially. Oh, yeah, the drizzly rain that's been going all day is actually supposed to be over soon. I'd say we're fine. Okay. I feel like we're fine. Reminds me of how Night of the Living Dead established, like, everything we associate with zombies now, despite them never actually being called zombies in the movie itself. Yes! I actually got to write a little bit of a paper about that in college. It was really cool, honestly. And I think it also contributed a lot to like gore in movies. Although it's not like the gore movie of all time, even like back then, it was still like, I wish I could find my paper. And now I feel like I'm lying. But it definitely did have an impact on the horror genre for real. Part of why the Wolfman remake is bad is it's over twice as long, so it has a lot of padding to make the story 2 hours long. Oh. Yeah, I hate when they do stuff like that. There's an anime that's very infamous for being banned. It's not actually banned. That's misinformation. My grandma's calling. Let me actually make sure she's okay. Let me mute up. Okay, we're fine. She's having blood pressure issues that she wanted me to know about. She's not currently home, which is why she was checking in. But she seems to be okay. She has a friend who's helping her out. Anyway, I'm glad I answered the phone instead of ignoring it. But yeah, what I was saying about the anime is the original anime is like 45 minutes long, if that. But they made a movie of it that's basically double. How long has Dingy been up there? They made a movie of it that's basically like double the length of that, and they had to add like so much content and stuff. That's a very risky thing to try to do, especially if you're not working with the person who like made the original story. So that was brave of them. Sucks that it ended up being bad though. Vampires burn in the sun because of the OG Nosferatu movie. They were supposed to have a big fight but ran out of budget, so what if the sun just killed him? I love that! I've not seen either versions of Nosferatu yet. I really, really want to. I probably will at least watch the original one with Haley sometime this summer because I'm going to be spending a lot of time with her. Because she's moving up closer to where I live. And that's all I'm going to say because I'm not trying to dox both of us. But, I do know the Nosferatu movie that just came out is also very different from the original Nosferatu. But I love that Nosferatu is just like this fucked up little guy. I love that so much. It's so fucking funny. I didn't know that, but I did know that Nosferatu is literally supposed to just be Dracula with the serial number shaved off. Yes. Yes, the movie almost didn't happen. Or it's not that it almost didn't happen. I think it was after it came out, the Bram Stoker estate was very mad about it. And I think it almost became lost media because of that. Which is wild. So they were gonna end with a fight. That is how Dracula ends. Not Cal spoiling the ending of Dracula. Also, vampires have retractable things in a lot of media now because actors had a hard time talking with fake things in all the time. I've learned that from cosplay. I also just have an issue wearing like anything like retainers, dentures, anything of that vibe, because this sounds ridiculous, but it's the best way I can describe it. My teeth get to feeling claustrophobic, but no, it definitely is hard to talk in fangs. I've tried to stream in fangs at least a couple times, I think. But mine usually end up falling out. He looks like such a fucking creature back there. It is kind of sad though that all fangs have to be retractable, because I think people look better with fangs. I think they're a very fun vibe. The dingy appearance, yeah. I'm glad he's calmed down because he's been running around like a crackhead today. Because it's been cooler, we've had all the windows open, and our back porch is screened in, so he has a place to like be outside without actually being outside and at risk of getting lost. So we had the back door open as well, and he was just running between like every window in the house on loop for the longest time. OG vampires from folklore. Nosferatu is not the original vampire. I think the original vampire as we know it was Dracula. And I watched a video essay about this. I have not like verified that everything I'm about to say is 100% accurate, and I'm also relaying based on memory, so also take that with a grain of salt. But vampires as we know it started like around like Dracula, and there's a book that predates Dracula. Oh, sick! Called Vampire with the Y. Wasn't that like from the writing party that one man named Byron was at? Hang on. I'm gonna have to Google this because I feel like I'm butchering every single fact on the planet. Yes, okay, Kel knows what I'm talking about. Right, so there was a man historically named Lord Byron. What a name. He was the inspiration for one of the vampires. Lord Byron and vampires. The Vampire. Okay, that's the book Cal was talking about. Taken with, oh, it's told by Byron. But yeah, they had like a writing party with like Mary Shelley and a few other like writers. Same contest produced the novel Frankenstein. Hell yeah. Okay. That's so fun. From the same party as Frankenstein getting written, the vampire's written as a giant diss track to Lord Byron, and we love to see it. But that's why vampires are like that. Because it's based off of this man. Uses people up. I think it's so funny that they wrote the vampire as a diss track to Lord Byron, and we have taken that formula and used it to critique basically the same kind of behavior throughout history. Like, imagine being such a dickhead that an entire genre of horror gets based off of you and continues to distract you for the end of time. Nosferatu is the reason that if I'm a vampire in Oblivion, I burn in the sun. He's the reason my save was unplayable. Yes, exactly. Exactly. This is so fun. Yeah, I watched a video essay. Let me see if I can find it, because it was kind of fire. I shared it with some friends in my not my Discord server. Our Weebin and Wildin Discord server. Which is the Discord server for my, like, convention friends. Yes. So it's actually an Astarian video, but it spends more time talking about vampires as a whole. I'll share it. I'll share it in our Discord so you guys can see it as well. Because I thought it was pretty fire. Because I was expecting just to, like... We don't have a video recommendations channel. I guess we don't necessarily need it. But we, I was expecting to sit down and have a silly little video about Astarion. And then I ended up learning about, like, vampires in general. That pissed little 8-year-old me off. I still have nightmares from that day. Oh, rest in peace. I've never played Oblivion, so I don't know this pain. I don't think I've played any video game that actually lets you be a vampire with the consequences of being a vampire. Because you can be a vampire in Baldur's Gate, but because of the tadpole, you don't have the consequences. And then the epilogue party takes place at night, so you don't have to deal with the consequences either. In my comic, vampires are the 1% and werewolves are the proletariat. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. Okay, let me put my other earbud in. He's sleeping. He's calmed down and sleeping now. Okay. All right. Are we done looking at the Wikipedia page for the vampire? I think we are. We're also done looking at pictures of Enid Sinclair. I wish this piece would not stick straight out. I'm kind of surprised my hair retained its waves with the paint weighing it down. It didn't fully, but it did do something. Okay. If you get turned into a spawn in Baldur's Gate, do you have to run very quickly to get out of the sun at the end of the game? No. So, the only way to get turned into a spawn in Baldur's Gate is to romance a Starian and ascend a Starian. And I think there might be some, like, because I know when a Starian is ascended, he's no longer vulnerable to the sun. I think they might have come up with, like, a little bullshit lore reason to be like, hey, Astarion is sharing some of his power with you, and you are also not vulnerable to the sun. And that's why, like, your character can still do all of those cutscenes at the very end of the game. But don't quote me on that, because the only time I've ascended Astarion and became a vampire, I was also the Dark Urge. And I did my Dark Urge ending. So, there's that. Yeah, I think they, like, have this basically Astarion is sharing some power with you to keep you also, like, safe from sunlight. Deadass couldn't go anywhere and couldn't fast travel while taking damage. Zenith, that sounds miserable. You take, like, 8 points of damage per second in the sun and everyone hates you. If you're at the powerful stage of vampirism, that does sound very unplayable. Rest in peace. Now I need to look this up. Does Astarion share his ascended power with romanced Tav? I don't think what I googled is what I actually needed to look up to figure out what I'm trying to figure out. Why can vampire Tav stand in the sun? Okay. So he shares a drop of his blood so that you can, like, walk in the sun, but you're not a full vampire. You're like the spawn just like he is, and you have just enough to have some of the power without being a full-blooded vampire. So I think we were kind of right. But I don't think the game really explicitly states that. I don't remember. I need to play Baldur's Gate again, is what it sounds like. Being a werewolf in Skyrim is fun. You can be a werewolf in Skyrim? Y'all have been holding out on me. I've known about Skyrim for well over a decade, and I did not know you could be a werewolf. Why were we hiding this information? That is kind of fun, though. Skyrim made the vampires more fucking bearable and easy to cure, too. What's the cure for vampirism in Skyrim? I think there's a bit of precedent for it, actually, because people have pointed out that the way Astarion describes turning you while he calls you a spawn is actually more alike to the ritual for creating a vampire bride in D&D lore, and with that, the vampires do share some of their powers. Okay. See, I feel like Astarion girlies fight about that a lot, because a lot of people who are very much into the romanticized kind of like fantasy of romancing an ascended Astarion lean very heavily into becoming a consort or like the vampire bride, and they say you are definitely not a spawn. But when I played the game, it felt like I was a spawn, but I also like don't know a lot about vampire lore in D&D specifically. Especially when it comes to the rituals of turning and how a vampire bride is different from a spawn. But that is interesting. It's just a potion? That's wild. You gotta werewolf it up. It's one of the plot lines. What is Skyrim even about? You literally just take a black soul gem to a wellspring and you're cured of vampy vamp. Somebody's gotta let Astarion know. I do think after Astarion goes on his character arc... Okay, wait. Let me think about this. I do think there are versions of Astarion's character that would try to cure his vampirism. I do wholeheartedly believe that. While I think Spawn Astarion at the end of the game has gone on a character arc to be okay with the ways that being a vampire has like changed his life for the better and the worse, while I think he's come to terms with that, I also think if he could cure it, he would. But an Astarion that was like gunning for ascension and never got talked out of that, I think he would cling on to any power he could get. So he probably wouldn't want to cure it. But I could see certain versions of Astarion wanting to get rid of it. Astarion girlies be fighting all the time about everything. Rip, I say, is an Astarion girly. No, because what it is... Can I rant? Listen, Ascended Astarion girlies are valid. Spawn Astarion girlies are valid as long as y'all are not being racist, because for some reason, there is an overlap of Ascended Astarion fans and white supremacist fans. There's that one artist that literally drew Ascended Astarion holding like Will Ravengard's skull, like he killed him, and was keeping his skull as a trophy, which is fucked up for a lot of reasons. Anyway, the reason a lot of Astarion girlies fight is because a lot of us don't really know anything about this man. Like, you have a subset of Astarion girlies that never finished Act 1. Although that was over a year ago, I hope they've finished Act 1 and have played the rest of the game, because it is the best game ever. Welcome in, Twisted Right Testicle. What a name. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, dear. There's a reason Ascended Astarion fans get generalized as kind of the worst people. Unfortunately, I know the vast majority of them are probably not like that artist, but people like that artist are very loud and tend to create a negative reputation for the rest of them, unfortunately. But yeah, there's a subset of Astarion girlies that never finished Act 1. Their only concept for what Astarion is like as a person is his very surface level persona. And there's also a lot of girlies who just take Will Ravengard's characterization and transplant it onto Astarion, and are like deluded into thinking Astarion is like your romantic prince, when the way that man does romance is nothing at all like that. And at that point, it's like, just go date Will Ravengard. Like, he's not gonna be your pretty little white elf boy, but that's clearly the guy you want. There's a lot of disagreement on Astarion's like characterization. And that's why Astarion girlies do be fighting all the time. I've also seen some people consider Spawn Astarion to be an incredibly depressed person, and that ascending him is the only way to make him happy. And I feel like the game basically tells us it's the other way around without directly having Astarion look at the camera and say, wow, Ascension ruins my mental health, and being a spawn, Astarion is my better outcome, and I'm actually doing great. Like, without him turning to the camera and saying that, they basically tell us that anyway. Testicular torsion, the username. We love to see it. They don't like Will for the reason we all know. Yeah. No, like, I understand it's racism, but, like, quite literally, Will Ravengard is the man they want. Get over it. He is a beautiful man, and he's got that, like, princely romantic vibe that they so clearly are looking for. I was talking to some friends about if we were to turn Skyrim into a comic, and my friend was going on about the lore of Elder Scrolls. And I was like, no, that is an Elder Scrolls comic. A Skyrim comic is, yeah, go fight that one dragon, but first I found a talking dog and I need to see what's up with that. I've never played Skyrim. Everything I know about Skyrim has just been picked up through popular culture. That feels like a Skyrim moment. That feels very Skyrim core. Astarion's not in his right mind when he makes a decision to ascend. He's not. I'm so glad you see that, J-Train. He's really not. And I think it's also very telling that you get Astarion approval for talking him out of Ascension. For convincing him to not sacrifice 7,007 people. But you don't get Astarion approval for ascending him. You only get the approval for talking him down. I feel like that says a lot. But I also recognize a lot of people, by the time they get to that point in the game, may already have full approval and may not be getting approval points because they're already full. We're gonna throw cannonballs at you? Is it because he's boring? Because I feel like he's been buffed in the updates. Zenith, are you joking? Are you joking, Zenith? Are you doing that thing where it's like the answer's obvious, but you're gonna like make a joke about like something else? We're gonna throw cannonballs at you. There are a million side quests and you can ignore the plot for a long time. We love to see it. I think that's so fun. He isn't boring though. Why do people dislike my boy Ravengard? Well, I think we all know the real reason is more often than not racism. But also, Will Ravengard has no agency in his story, and that also bothers some people. He has zero agency, and some people prefer the version of Will Ravengard that existed in the beta version of the games, because he was a lot more morally gray, and people just really like morally gray characters. I saw someone who didn't like Will because they feel like him and Mazora are romantically involved. I think they were intended to be originally. And that was like a plot point and a character arc for him if you were to romance him, I've heard, in like the beta version of the game. And that's definitely still left over in marketing materials, because in like the animated shorts and ads that they do, definitely still have some of those elements in there. And that was certainly a choice. I like explorations of that kind of like toxic romance. I think stories like that are interesting, and it like, I don't know, it's just fucked up and I hate to see Will go through it, but at the same time I understand the appeal of writing fucked up romances, because a lot of us do be having fucked up experiences in our own romantic lives in real life. I'm glad they took that out though, because my boy Will Ravengard did not deserve to go through all that. It was already bad enough with the version of his relationship with Mazora that we do get. I feel like Will should have kept his hatred for goblins in the beta, but still have everything else in the full release. I feel like they definitely could have kept that hatred for goblins and have it make sense for his character. But at the same time, I could see why they wouldn't want to do that, because goblins historically have been racist caricatures of Jewish people. And while Baldur's Gate 3 doesn't really like do anything to unpack that, and they don't really humanize the goblins that much. I could see maybe someone in the writing room being, let's not make that a plot point. Because there is racism in Baldur's Gate 3, like fantasy racism. But it's like mostly, from what I remember, mostly seen with groups that are a little bit more like humanized in the way that they're portrayed in the game. Or we see characters that like the average person could probably sympathize with or learn more about, like Lae'zel and the Githyanki. I don't know. I could see why they wouldn't make that decision to keep Will as a goblin hater, especially if it was like gonna be something that was kind of uncontested. Because at the very least, you can't do much about Astarian's whack-ass, fuck-ass opinions, but you can call him out on it a couple times. But I don't know if they would have like done that with the goblins, because the version of the goblins we see in the game are almost always antagonistic. After watching Goblin Slayer, I think there was nothing wrong with Beta Will. That's crazy. I've never watched Goblin Slayer. I'm gonna be so real, gang. I don't think I will. Just based off of what you guys have said about it and the things I do know about it. But like, more power to those who watch it, I guess. Mazora's barefoot? I've never noticed that. I've never noticed Mazora's barefoot. I do like Mazora. I think she's hot. I think the voice they casted for her, stunning. People preferring morally gray Will goes back to that Superman thing I was mentioning Tuesday. They think the traditional hero is boring because they don't understand how it can be interesting. Yes. Yes. Yeah, no, you're so right. I think Will being the very, like, morally upright character is interesting, at the very least because it contrasts with the rest of the cast of the game. While I will argue all day long that everyone, except for Astarion and Minthara, all of the companions are very kind-hearted at their core and, like, good people, genuinely. Whether or not they, try to fight it is a different thing. But Will, as he is in the game now, is unequivocally the goodest of good guys, and you don't have to talk him out of becoming a god or sacrificing 7,000 souls. You don't have to convince him to be a good person, whereas every other character needs to be pushed in one way or another to make good choices. Will doesn't. I guess Karlach doesn't either, but her character arc is more so like learning to accept the grief of what's happened to her. Karlach is, I kind of forgot about her. That's crazy. I can't believe I would do that. Karlach is also the goodest of good guys, but like the two of them contrast the rest of the party so well, and I think that in and of itself is interesting. Because if everybody's a morally gray person, like, girl, there are no unique thoughts. Zora is quite the fucking smoke show. She is a very attractive woman. She really is. I love Will because I'm always drawn towards characters who have that sick and dying dog type of personality. Deer is betting on losing dogs. They'll always be doing the most to help and support other people, but would never, ever in a million years admit when they need help and support and open up to other people about how they feel, so they'll just crawl off into a corner somewhere and die quietly alone. I keep collecting characters like this. Anyways, this is not something we should use to psychoanalyze me at all. Dear, I hope you're doing okay. Yeah, Will Ravengard kind of has similar vibes to Giovanna from JoJo's in that regard. I like a character that's very self-sacrificial. I think they're interesting, and I love to watch them go on their character arcs of learning to take care of themselves and learning that it's okay to ask others for help. Will doesn't really have that kind of character arc. It'd have been interesting if they gave him one, because they did make him be the self-sacrificial hero at the end of the day. I think you need a character like Will in an RPG. Not everyone has to be morally gray. Yes, I think it's great to have at least one character that can be a companion that you can use to, like, base your morality off of. Like, one that is objectively going to be making, like, the more, like, good, morally right decisions. So like Alistair in Origins, Dragon Age Origins, I feel like would be that character. Alistair and Leliana fulfill that role in Origins for me. For the most part. I don't think Alistair's like a perfect, upstanding human, but he's pretty damn good. He's pretty damn good. If Alistair agrees with what I'm doing, I'm probably doing something right. And that's how I feel about Will Ravengard and Karlach. I think they should have dug more into Will self-sacrificing over and over in a way that is almost a version of self-harm. Yes, he has the version of Will that we have today has so much potential. So much potential. I really wish they did more with that. I really do. We all know if he was maybe more like Astarion in aesthetics, we probably would have that. I'm not saying anything about Larian Studios, but I think we all know a lot of people have picked up some unconscious biases because of the society they were raised in, and that's all I'm gonna say about that. I really hope that's just a bad faith assumption that people have made, but that is also what their actions have told us, so, you know, it's fine. I do plan to do an Origin playthrough for Gale, probably an Eldritch Knight or a Sorcerer, and try to understand him more through, to be honest. That would be fun. I do think Gale is, at his heart, a good person. I think he also just, he's overly ambitious in a way that tends to not work out for him. But every time he does something, I feel like his heart is in the right place. And him becoming a god, while it is what I would say is his evil choice, I don't think he ever had like malicious intent with it. Because if you look at how he's been used and abused by the gods, like, the gods in D&D are not all great. I know they're not people, but they're not great people. So I don't... His heart was in the right place, although his actions may not have been. And that's the kind of energy that a lot of the characters in Baldur's Gate have, except for Astarion. That man's heart is almost never in the right place until he goes on his character arc, but that's okay. He's literally just doing what it takes to survive. I feel like Will and Karlach have had more of their story cut by the upper crust area of the Baldur's Gate getting cut, and Gortash probably got a lot cut too. Yeah, no, I agree. I know Karlach had a lot of stuff cut, because I've heard that she was supposed to have like a whole mission about fixing her heart in the upper city. I have not heard a lot about what potential things for Will may have gotten cut, but it would have made sense for him to have things there, because that's literally where he's from. He literally lived there for the first 17 years of his life. I just wish we got to do more with Will and his dad, because it feels very shallow that, I mean, I'm not the child of a politician. I'm not. I'm also not a warlock. And I've never had a child become a warlock. So these are experiences that I cannot really speak for. But I feel like it just kind of fell shallow for me that Will's dad literally, like, abandoned him. And he's like, no, it's chill. We'll reunite and it's fine. I'll get my one apology and it's fine. Will is a better man than me, truly. I feel like they could have done more. I feel like his dad and politicians would have been in the upper crust of the city. Should have it. That would have been nice. That would have been nice. I'm very sad that they had to cut the upper crust of the city. So it would have been cool to see. Very nonchalant. Will is a very nonchalant person in some cases, but I don't think he should be. That's okay. I love Will Ravengard. And that's all that matters. Also, I know the actors that play them in the game are not the characters. But Theo Solomon is so cool. I've met this man one time at an anime convention, and it was such a pleasant experience. Like, that man really delivered on the experience of meeting Will Ravengard. He was so nice. That's all I have to say. Yeah, I did meet Theo one time. He was so nice. Like, the pleasant, or the experience is so pleasant. Like, if he comes to a convention again, I'll go meet him again and actually pay for an autograph or something this time. Because he was so nice. And I'm no longer afraid of meeting voice actors. Dark Urge make your guardian look like Alfira? That's fucked up. That's so sad. I was gonna say, can you even make your guardian tieflings? You can. It's the Dragonborn that you can't make them, I think. I do love the Dragonborn in Baldur's Gate. You're cooking with that one? You might be a little bit. You might be. I think it is really, like, fun, though, that almost all of the Baldur's Gate, like, fan community adores Alfira. And everyone was absolutely gutted when their Dark Urge killed her that first time. I do think that's great, but I wonder if part of why people love her so much is because when you play the Dark Urge, she has that very unjustified, tragic, violent ending. And I wonder if, like, that, like, sympathy towards her spawned more people, or, like, spawned more love and affection for her character. Because now you appreciate her more on the runs where she doesn't die. Theo brings the Riz to Will. I remember in a D&D game, he put on a pair of sunglasses and called himself the Shade of Frontiers. That's so goofy. No, I really do love, like, seeing clips from the D&D games that they play in character. I love it. Like, Neil Newbon makes Astarion such a fucking little gremlin of a man. And we love to see it. And I love the way the actors have characterized their characters. Hurt comfort feeling, maybe? It's definitely the hurt comfort, for sure. Hurt comfort made Alfira Baldur's Gate 3's little darling, and we love that for her. We love the pretty gay jester lady, and we do! And we do! I love her outfit. So I have a mod that lets me take outfits in the game from other characters, and I got to dress up my self-insert tab as Alfira. But I did dye the outfit so I wasn't just wearing Alfira's clothes. But it's such a fun little outfit. Brennan, welcome in! How are you? I hope you're doing well. You are a mod. But I don't think you're a Baldur's Gate 3 mod that lets me wear NPCs' outfits. Doing well. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. Oh, I don't know if you've ever watched Wednesday. Let me get our cosplay reference back up. This is the girly we're dressed up as. I was pointing the wrong way. This is the girly we're dressed up as. Live for the dynamic of Karlach and Astarion of Chaos Besties in the live plays they've done. Yes, it's so fun. And I love how chaotic Lae'zel is as well, because, like, I feel like Lae'zel, if she stays in Faerun and really, like, gets comfortable, like, yeah, no, that would be her. That would absolutely be her. You love her girlfriend? Lacrissa is very cool. I love when you can run into Lacrissa in Act 3. Like, the dynamic she has with Tab is just so fun. Lae'zel is Bazel, and she is. And she really is. I don't know what it is about this music, but I could just zone out and listen to it nonstop. All day. Alright. What are we gonna do now? I need to clean my desk up. Lae'zel is my murder wife. She is. I feel like Lae'zel becomes less murder happy as time goes on, but she does still appreciate a good bit of violence. Oh, he stood up and then curled back up again. I love cats. Minthara is my war crimes wife. Minthara is wild. Cause, like, I want to say Minthara has a good heart, but she doesn't. And like that's the whole point of her character, and that's great. We love evil women. We love supporting women's rights and women's wrongs. But like sometimes Minthara will say something and it's like in the first half it sounds like she's gonna say something genuinely good. Like the thing about the refugees where she's like, it's so it's barbaric or like cruel that the city is just hanging the refugees out to dry. Like they're not taking care of the refugees. And we're like, yeah, you're right. But then she follows it up with, they could be put in work camps. They could be used for labor. And it's like, oh, right. You're not supposed to be a good person. You can't have good points without like throwing something wild in there. It makes talking to her really fun though. I don't know if we're starting it this Saturday, because I know we're not starting it this Saturday because I'm playing D&D. I lied. I'm also not streaming next Saturday because I'm going to Moya's to dog sit for a few days. At some point in June. I guess the 14th, if everyone is in town and available, we'll be starting our evil run with Roy and Moya. We're gonna have Minthara. Roy's probably gonna romance Minthara. I'm not sure. But we'll have Minthara. Oh, who should we romance? I'm going to make a Circle of Stars druid. And if we don't pick someone other than Astarion, I am just gonna default to Astarion. In June we trust. In June we trust. I was gonna say it's Pride Month tomorrow. There's 2 more days of June. It's not Pride Month until Sunday. Oh, speaking of Pride, I think I'm allowed to talk about it. We're still working out the details, but Brennan is doing a really cool thing and hosting a Pride fundraiser that a lot of us are going to get together and like try to do pretty casually. So that's coming up. I don't have a lot of details yet because we're still setting it up. But the vibe is basically just like, hey, throughout the month of June, we're gonna all like, as a group, raise money, for a Pride charity, and it's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be a very good time. There's 2 more days of June. Made me giggle. 2 more days till June. Yeah. Oh, that's so cool. Not Britain reacting like it's not their idea. I'm also, I'm kind of in it as like a backup streamer / somebody who can help moderate and just like am here for the vibes. But I am like adjacently involved in a Point of Pride raid train. I will probably send you guys on that train when it happens. I'll post about it in our Discord. We're doing lots of Pride things this year, and we love to see it. Just make a beautiful, hot, and godly attractive dream guardian and romance the Emperor. We're gonna romance the Emperor, because I don't like when he yells at me when we're not nice to him, and for some reason in my brain, it's like, well, you either have to kiss him or be enemies, and there's no in between. Even though I know there is an in between. But it's like, if I'm gonna make a hot guardian and be manipulated, I might as well get the opportunity to kiss my hot guardian that I custom made. But yeah, there's a Point of Pride charity train that was mostly, focused on, like, trans and non-binary. I'll have more details. I think it's also, they're also doing a charity thing there as well. Like raising money. I will have more details for that. I just started yapping. But we've got some things coming up in June, so you guys can like feel better about the state of the world by doing a little bit of what you can to make it less scary for the I was gonna say the gays, but I think we're all looking mostly at like trans because that's what's really under attack right now. Rest in peace. I didn't have Minthara in my first playthrough as a wizard because I didn't know you could knock her out. So now that I'm replaying that character in this playthrough, I finally got to see when she shit talks Gale, she's like, not all wizards at you about it. That's so funny. I should play as a wizard. I had one game that I was doing as a wizard, but it was like my evil game with Raging and Hannah. I don't know if we have any intention of finishing that. I really liked that wizard though. They were an ice wizard and they had really cool vibes. I also love you can kiss both of Gortash's workers, but not him. Zenith, what are you talking about? Karlach and the Emperor? Okay. I guess the Emperor technically did work for Gortash. I guess. You can kiss his employees, but not the employer. Rest in peace. Has no one made a Kissing Gortash mod yet? Or is it like model swapping with characters you can romance? Worked. I don't know if I would call the Emperor an employee of Gortash. But who knows? I'm gonna play as a selfish run, so not killing the refugees, but I will extort them. Cal! Astarion would vibe with that. What I think is really interesting is that when you do kill the refugees and you have that goblin party, the vibes are so rancid. Shadowheart, miserable. Drunk off of her ass just to cope. I think Gale seems guilty. Will and Karlach are dead. So that's miserable. I don't remember if Lae'zel was like outwardly unhappy or if she's like, can we please just get to the crush already? But what I do think is interesting is Astarion, the one character that is like the closest to evil other than Minthara, is like very much not okay with it. Like when you romance him, the cutscene plays out differently and he's very like visibly uneasy around you, and he doesn't even stay until morning. Like the cutscene ends at night instead of going to the next day like it normally does. And I think that's so interesting. Like even Astarion is like, yeah, no, that was crazy. That was kind of wild. This is not a safe person. I think the only way you can do a Gortash romance is character swapping. Okay. I wonder if someone's gonna make a mod to romance Gortash outright without model swapping, but I don't know if that would be possible for a game like Baldur's Gate 3. I'm not really sure how modding this game works. The plan for the run is basically encouraging everyone to be their worst selves. Yeah. Astarion isn't down with killing children. No, I don't think he is. The only character that's down with killing children is Halsin. Because he does attack those two goblin children in the jail. Lae'zel wasn't unhappy with it. She still wants to jump your bones. Okay. Interesting that Lae'zel is the only character that is unfazed, but I guess at the same time she comes from a culture where the weak get eliminated. So in her eyes, the tieflings just were weak and deserved it, which is fucked up. Gale calls you rancid and tries to leave, and you have to gaslight gatekeep girl boss him and to keep him in the gang. And he's right for that. He said, you did all of this, just to eat out Minthara? Okay. I hope the Drowsy was worth it. And that's Gale. That's my Gale impression. It's not actually a Gale impression. Drowsy though. For my selfish run, I'm thinking of being a drow sorceress. Oh, that could be fun. I loved playing as a sorcerer. So we did our Dark Urge as a sorcerer, and it was fun. I liked the meta magic. I think that was really cool. I liked the meta magic in a video game. I feel like keeping up with meta magic in tabletop would be a little difficult, but I've only ever played as a bard when it comes to tabletop. So there's that. I should really branch out more. Next time I make a D&D character for tabletop, I should make them something other than a bard. I have a feeling Zevlor would understand. What do you mean by that, Zenith? Karlach and Will, though? Nah, they didn't. Yeah. I mean, Carla takes it personally because she's like, girl, what you did to those tieflings, unacceptable. And then Will dies in the fight. But also, like, those tieflings are innocent people. And he's gonna save innocent people regardless. I saw someone say even if you're doing a good run, it makes sense for a male drow Tav to kill the refugees because a female drow told him to. Fuck, it does. You're right. That would be wild though, because you would miss so much content because killing the refugees also gets rid of Halcyon. So you can't do half of Act 2. The tieflings do add a lot of like little content throughout the game. Just be at the very least being able to interact with them. And the little bit that having Minthara does add, if you don't continue to side with her, would not, but I guess you would. If you were like just listening to the female drow, you would still save her in Moonrise. Something to think about. Something to think about for real. But then you would do all of that and then try to be the goodest of good boys after the fact. Zevlor is a Draosi connoisseur? Is this like dead ass lore that I missed? Or are we just making it up because it's silly? Those innocent people stood in my way to true ecstasy. The only thing I kept them alive for was to join my army. That's wild. Not even for the achievement, Zenith? I like the tieflings though. I like a lot of their characters. Unless I'm specifically trying to romance Minthara, or specifically like playing with a group that is doing evil stuff, I never kill the refugees. Although the past like 10 games that I've started, I've had the intention of getting that, like saving all the tieflings achievement. I could not think of the word achievement. I was trying to get that achievement before I realized I had already earned it. I just needed to play the epilogue party for the game that earned it. I'm always for knocking Minthara out. We don't kill older women in here. Hashtag hagmax. I'm sure you love the fact that when you fight Auntie Ethel, you also don't actually have to kill her. Truly hagmaxing. Except for, I guess in Act 3, you don't actually have to fight her. You don't have to fight her, period, actually. But in Act 3, it's a lot easier to avoid fighting her just by, like, not doing that little tiny quest. On that trophy, I needed the Baldur's Gate 3 Platinum Trophy for getting all the achievements. Baldur's Gate 3 is the only game, aside from Life is Strange 1, that I've gotten every single achievement for. I've completed 2 games. I know my brother and I, back in like the PlayStation 3 days, were trying to get like full completion on Lego Harry Potter. I think we might have for years 1 through 4. If we didn't, then we were only missing 1. So we were pretty close. But we didn't even like get close for years 5 through 7. You can get the kill Ethel and get the Harry. You didn't hear this from me though. So we don't fuck with Ethel, I guess. Who wants that Ethel-ussy? No, I've seen people unironically add Ethel to their like smash or pass list as a smash. And like, more power to them, I guess. I got all the achievements for years 1 through 4. We love the Lego games. They're so silly. Unfortunately, the only ones I've ever played are the Harry Potter ones, but they're so silly. I should probably play more of them. We need a Lego Baldur's Gate so I can play the game again, but in Lego form. Don't actually make that. I hope Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast did not hear me. Okay. My brain just said, what if we play League of Legends? I don't actually want to play League of Legends. I'm looking at my games on Steam to see if there's anything I feel like playing. We can play web fishing. Does anyone want to play web fishing? We're basically just gonna run around and fish and then keep yapping. Do I actually want to play web fishing? They have D&D minifigs. That is true. Oh my gosh. Wait. Fuck playing a game. We gotta look at these minifigures because they were rough. They were very rough. Let me see if I can find the... Was it on Twitter or Blue Sky? I genuinely don't know. Oh, actually... There's no doxing information here. Let me swap to this. Turn my internet browser on. So... Can I open this image in a new tab? So this is what they were supposed to look like, right? Like, these are cute. Can I zoom in more than that? These are cute. Can y'all see that? I need to zoom in more. Okay, that didn't work. Anyway, these are cute. They look nice. Very standard, like, minifig. Will... Something about Will's face, he just looks a little older than he should. In the star, he looks a little younger than he should. And Gale also looks a little off. But, hey. These are tiny figures. The detail can't be that crazy. Also, doing realistic faces is hard. Right? This is what they ordered. Have y'all seen what they got? Wait. Okay. Let me X out of... Yes, this... Tell me y'all have seen this. The D&D Lego minifigs. Oh shit, I gotta look those up. I forgot about those. So I had seen this recently, and so it was on my mind. Wait, can I find more? Cause, like, who is this man? Who is that? He actually, I'm gonna say it, he doesn't look as bad. They butchered Shadowheart. That's terrifying. Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad I didn't order these. D&D minifig, so it isn't too far to the possibility. I need to... I feel like... Oh, here's the Lego ones. That's actually quite cute. These... These the custom... Like, these are cute. That's adorable. This is not cute. Overlord, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing well. We got to talking about the minifigs from Baldur's Gate. The Adventures of Pyramus Dusk and Gunith Dawn love sequels. Wild. Lego Star Wars was free for May the 4th, and I was so glad. I haven't played it yet, but when I do, I'm gonna be reliving my childhood so hard. Sick! I'm glad you were able to get that. Got Lego Star Wars 2 for $2. I've never played Lego Star Wars, but I'm not, like, super familiar with, like, Star Wars outside of things that, like, everybody knows because of pop culture. It's terrifying. That's what it would look like if I tried painting my own minifigs. Yeah. No, same. Same. There's a reason I don't paint minifigures, and that's because I would have to go through the learning process, and I want them to be perfect first try. These are... The official D&D Lego minifigs aren't Baldur's... Okay, so the Legos we were seeing are fan-made. That's still cute, though, and, like, there's enough Lego pieces to, like, make them, basically. That's cute. Little, like, tiefling moment. Oh, these... Wait, this is Critical Role. Why is it tagged as Baldur's Gate 3? That's cute. Oh, they made him a little outfit. That's adorable. The official Lego ones are cute. Yeah, Lego minifigures, they hit. They do hit. I have a Steven Universe one. I'll show you guys. I have this one. Very cute. She's on my bookshelf. Okay, we'll come back here. I'll stop subjecting you to that. Lego Mighty 9. Yeah, they're so cute. I gotta get into Critical. I gotta watch the animated show for Critical Role. Shadowheart looks like a claymation attempt by a child. Same with Lae'zel. Yeah. Like, okay. I would just go ahead and say right here, right now, if I had a friend, especially if they were younger and new to minifigure painting, I would have said that 8. I would have said that slayed. But as a mass-produced product that people paid for, and that's not at all how they were advertised, that did not slay. In fact, starved. No one ate with that. I also just have double standards. If you're my friend, even if something does not look very good, just the fact that you made it makes it special. Which is why my friends never actually ask me about my opinion on their cosplays. Because they're like, it's so hard to get, like, a good read because Mel will just hype me up. And it's like, I'm sorry. First of all, I don't know enough about the craft that you're doing to, like, actually critique it. And second of all, if we're friends, anything you do is perfect in my eyes. Like, you made that? Holy shit, that's amazing. That's so cool. Maybe it would be so ugly you love it. Maybe. Oh my gosh, there's a figure that's like that though. Okay. Y'all heard of the... So this is Saber from Fate, and there's a very particular bootleg figure that is also said to be cursed and haunted. I love her. I love... Can we get this bigger? I love her. I want her. I don't even go here. Like, I know who Saber is. I've seen just enough Fate to like know. She's so goofy looking. Do y'all know this? Or am I just, like, rambling about, like, niche? I don't think this is niche. It's just old. Those figures looked like they attempted to bring Baldur's Gate 3 into the Robot Chicken universe, or they were made by a child. Yeah. Highly recommend the animated show, and also, as far as the actual campaign 2 is the best to start with, in my opinion, though I'm probably biased because it was my first one, and also still my favorite. I've heard that a lot. I've definitely heard that a lot. Doesn't campaign 1 start in the middle of the campaign? Or am I making that up? Can't wait for tomorrow. I will download Elden Ring 2 before I go to work. Elden Ring 2 is out? That's sick as hell. L light mode though, listen. I get used to certain things. I use light mode for my computer. Discord's not in light mode though, because I got used to it in like the normal, like default gray. I saw some very bootleg Black Butler figures. It was the same energy. I gotta see these. Before I hit search, we all know that Black Butler does have, like, Shotokan elements to it. I can't control what's gonna come up. We might see something very cursed in a bad way. Just to warn you guys. Okay. I'm looking for bootleg figures. All of these look normal. All of these look normal. Well, that's not... That one is definitely a bootleg. It's kind of cute, though. Is this a bootleg or is it just old? Because, like, old Black Butler figures just kind of look like that. Like, I've seen them still in the box, and they look pretty official, and they just kind of look like that. That's teeny tiny. This is custom. Okay. So if somebody made that, then that's actually kind of fire, but like, why is he staring at me? Thank you for the warning. I wanted to cover my bases. I don't know what's gonna come up. They had an at-home game going for a while before they started live streaming it, and the first couple of episodes are rough audio quality-wise. That's fair. That's fair. The really famous ones have epic bootleg figures. Big-headed figures giving knife cat energy. No, it really is. I love a good bootleg figure. I think they're so goofy. When I say this, it is not okay to steal from artists. But I think most of you guys, like, know that. Oh, this is interesting. Okay. I just want to open this in a new tab. Make it big. Comparing the real and the fake. Let me zoom in. The hair on the fake is kind of rough. That's giving Lego helmet. That is giving Lego helmet. Oh, wait. Okay. I don't know if it's lighting. I don't know if it's lighting, but why is his coat so fucking shiny, too? Fuck-ass Lego helmet hair. Okay. I don't think Black Butler has any, like, infamously bad, bootleg figures the way that Saber one was. So I feel like that would have come up other... Is this just, like, the only bootleg figure? Why does he look like that? The neck is too long. He's giving Leaning Tower of Pisa. He has a latex vest. He did. He did. Sometimes figures get, like, when they're a little too shiny, they look really gross and greasy. I've noticed that more with older figures, but also, when you keep a figure in the box, it does start to, like, degrade over time, and if you were to ever take it out of the box, you would notice that it was, like, oozing sticky residue, and that's the plastic breaking down. And it does that when it's not exposed to oxygen. So, it's actually better to take your figures out of the box. If anyone... See, I'm the kind of collector that likes to take their figures out of boxes. Is this a bootleg? Maybe this is just a figure line I've never actually seen. They took his hair off. I actually love this TikTok account. They make really silly videos with their figures. Oh, you know what? Black Butler has a lot of cursed... sorry, y'all got me going. We'll just go merch. No, because that gives me t-shirts. There's some pretty cursed plushies. As soon as I figure out how to spell trust, we'll get some Google going. Wait, this one's actually cute as hell. The way they made his hair fuzzy. Stop. I'm pretty sure this is official because I have this one. But, like, some of them... Who is that child? What is this hair? Like... I kind of wish Noel was here so I could ask them for their bootlegs. Because they had a whole list of bootlegs at one point. Of just, like, fuck-ass looking dolls. Anyway. There are cursed official Sailor Moon dolls. Let's see if we can find them. Oh, wait, are these... Why is she staring at me? Am I a hater or is this bad? Is the face... She doesn't even have a nose. Am I being a hater? No. Yeah, no, she doesn't have a nose. If you want horrendous bootleg figure, search Sailor Moon bootlegs. Oh, trust. Yeah, that doll line didn't have noses. Okay. The fucking nose one. That's horrendous. The face looks a little too narrow, too. The way the lighting on this one, she's terrifying. Okay. Let's look up bootlegs. Oh. Heroin. Let me open this. They're trying. It's anime wear Black Butler figures? Let's get this Google. I'll be real, I didn't start collecting figures until more recently. I don't think this is what I was looking for. This isn't what I was looking for. I need these. Can I say, okay. Let me come here before, so I don't make sure okay, it did not open Crunchyroll. I'm safe of doxing. These figures, there's a, yeah, these, I need these so bad. They are, you see, $28, $29, typically $23 to $32. Guess how much they were asking at the anime convention. There was one booth that had these figures. Guess how much they were asking. I'll give you time to guess. Your hair looks nice. Thank you. I painted it with face paint because we were cosplaying Enid Sinclair. $250? Okay, Overlord. It wasn't that bad. Now I feel silly for complaining. No, they were asking $60. It would cost, that's more than it would cost to order it online and pay for shipping. I said, no, thank you, because they're sold separately. They're sold separately. And the thing about me is I'm autistic enough about these guys that I would have to buy both of them. That's not bad. It's not, but it's twice, it's double what they normally cost. It's double what they normally cost. And while I could have justified paying $60 for one, I could not have justified paying $120 for both. But that's just me. That's just me. He needs a friend. He does need a friend. And like, if they come as CL and Sebastian merch, you can't just get one of them. That's like separating a parent and a child. That kid can't take care of himself. Why are we popping off? Hell yeah. No, we're popping off. For Pocket Enid, yes. Yes. Oh, wait, we'll come here. So you can get the side by side. You can get the side by side. I'm sad that aside from Nindroids, there's only one Kasane Teto figure on the market, and she's the super fancy one that's not either her classic Utao or Synth. So to commit crimes to have a Teto figure? Wait. Okay. We've had our, I'll just open another thing. What's the fancy one? Because I've only ever seen the Nindroid. Dear, I know you were complaining about this being your only option that's not the Nindroid, but this eats. I would kill for this. I can't tell if... Hang on. Is this AI? There's something off about this. I can't tell if it's just a bad model or if it's AI. Never mind. Oh, this eats. What is this? They made a figure. This, though, is so cute. This is so cute. Feeling when you see one without the other on sale? Yeah. Luckily, every time I've ever seen anything that's one of them, the other one is right there. mean Melania? Oh, I need a Melania figure, but it costs $600. Let us see. Also, the Tetsuo Nindroid is super cute, dear. Do you not like Nindroids? I love a good Nindroid. I feel like they're very affordable. And they're easy to like find space for because they're really teeny tiny. They're itty bitty boys. Is this the figure? $900 statue. Whoa! This might not be what you're talking about. This eats. Guys, if I ever become a millionaire, I'm not gonna tell you, but there will be signs. There will be signs called "My house will become a figure museum." This is so cool. That's very cool. 600 to 2K. That's so cool. Yeah, no, that's fair. Melania has a lot of detail on her. And I feel like Elden Ring, just in general, doesn't lend super well to like the more... Like, this is more of a chibi type of figure, but I don't think it lends super well to like the types of figures that tend to be a little bit more affordable. They're cute, but not my favorites. I don't have nearly the same disdain for them that I do for Funko Pops, though. Let's just... Hang on. Oh, wait, the Miku one's actually not bad. Some of them are disgusting. Some of them are disgusting. The Black Butler ones, I feel like, are not good. Like, I don't know. They're just not good. And I do not like them. I'm glad Hannah's no longer here because she loves Funko Pops, but I do have to rain on her parade. I hate these. I do hate these. I feel like there are certain art styles that do not lend very well to Funko Pops, but I will say Funko Pops that are like adapting live action or real people are pretty inoffensive, and Steven Universe lent very well to Funko Pops. Let's look at the cream of the crop for what the fuck is that? I don't think this is what I was trying to find. The worst Funko Pops. Yeah, those are pretty bad. Anyway. Wait, there's a Kirby one? What the fuck is that? What is that? This needs to be... So I have a couple of friends that are very much Kirby. This needs to be sent to them immediately. I'm not even gonna tag them. They're just gonna open our Discord server and it'll be a surprise. What is that? That's disgusting. I would be moving to Argentina soon since my parents are moving there, so I cannot afford them right now. No, that is so fair. Good luck with your move, though. Good luck with your move. I would sell everything in my house to buy that. No, the Melania figures were sick as hell. No truer statement has been spoken than the person who said Funko Pops are millennial precious moments. Okay, but like... Hang on. Let me actually make sure I know what I'm talking about before I, like, say something. You're talking about these guys, right? Okay. They're definitely not my aesthetic. But you have to admit, just from a design point, these are a hell of a lot better than this. this. Okay. I don't know anyone that's like actually collected these. Like no one in my family had a Precious Moments era. So I may not grasp the full extent that it's the same. Is this Cinderella? Okay, we'll compare something more comparable. We'll get Kirby off the screen. Oh, actually, sure. I see. I see. I see why y'all say that. Okay. I think my grandma had like 2. So my grandparents were very much into the Avon scam. They did a lot of like these things. This is what my mom literally has this exact same one on her dresser right now as we speak. If it's still there. She definitely used to. I don't know if it still is. I might have lied, but childhood memories here. This is the shit that my grandparents collected. Because I think my grandma, I know literally, I broke one of these. Not like the whole set, but like one of the girlies. My dad's mom has so much of this shit. And my mom's mom used to sell it. So like there's so much of this shit in my family. This is my family's equivalent to the Funko Pops and Precious Moments. I thought Avon was just for makeup. See, I didn't know it was makeup because I thought it was always these little figures. And like half of these figures are perfume bottles. I literally have one that's like a little cat in a dress that's a perfume bottle. Yeah, see? Like it comes untwisted at the waist there and that's a bottle. I also literally had this one. It's either in a box somewhere or I made my mom take it when I moved out. But yeah, a lot of these figures were just bottles. My grandma has so many of these. But my mom's mom also just likes collecting little like trinkets and like ceramic figures. Ceramic figurines that she decorates her house with. That's kind of in the same vein, but more cottagecore in aesthetic. If I was FaceTiming you guys on my phone, we would be walking into my kitchen to show you right now. But that's my family's Funko Pop and Precious Moments. They look like dolls made out of pegs. They do have that vibe. I heard Avon scam and just thought it was the makeup pyramid scheme. It is the same company. Dear, it is the exact same company. It's the same. My cousin has a cursed Goofy Funko Pop. Wait, we gotta look at this. Okay. Ooh. Like, part of me wants to say it's cute, but it's also mildly terrifying and not in the fun way. What is that? That's giving Herobrine. That's giving Herobrine. Your mom likes the little wooden model houses. Oh, that's cute. Why is this so spoopy? Why is he Herobrine? I'm shaking. Give him brown context now, please. That's rough. Also, I'm not reading that right. That's just the name of the JPEG. I was about to say, are they asking $57 for this? Wild, truly. His eyes would stick out in the dark, and they would. And they would. You know, it would be, like, kind of funny if his eyes were glow in the dark. That would be very silly. Okay. I know Sailor Moon has a lot of bootlegs because it was like the children's cartoon for a while. Moon Sisters. Wait, these don't look that bad. Let me get a closer look. All right. Closer look not available. Because that is the same size image. Cute. Oh my gosh. That's officially licensed? Why does it look like that? There's just something off about that. It's like Uncanny Valley. I love that. I actually love that. See, I remember the first ever anime convention I went to. I got a bootleg figure because I didn't know that it was bootleg. I also did not pay a lot for it. Let's see if we can find it. So, okay. This is what it's supposed to look like. Oh my gosh. Literally, I see it right here. Sorry to bring up Amino. This is what I have. Okay. A better comparison. That's just the fuck-ass little guy right there. It's on my bookshelf. Give me a minute. Where is he? There's so much paint on my earbuds. Okay. Yeah. Right, alright. I didn't realize how much this paint had transferred. I'm learning a very valuable lesson. If you're gonna paint your skin or your hair, you should seal your paint. Especially if you're leaving your house. This is my bootleg version of that. And he doesn't look that bad. The only indicator that it's probably a bootleg is that his pants and his sweatshirt are the same color. Like, the face isn't that bad. It's cute. It's very cute. I kind of wish I had one of those cursed ones, though, because, like, I love a good cursed figure. He's beautiful, thank you. He's my favorite boy. His name is Karamatsu. We love Osamatsu-san in this house. Are there any other figures that we want to look up and laugh at? You gotta love your bootleg sons, and I do. I have not bootleg version of him, because I have the Nindroid as well. And I know the Nindroid's real, because it came in the box and everything. Definitely have a bootleg Shadow the Hedgehog plush, because I ordered a specific brand one from a random Walmart listing, and what I got is absolutely not the plush I ordered. He looks alright, though, so he sits at my desk and holds my controller. That's so silly. Yeah, I remember... Welcome back to the big screen. We don't need her anymore, sorry. I remember at one point in time, like, there was an era of, like, cosplay and anime convention YouTube where a lot of people would make videos about, how to spot bootleg merchandise. And I learned pretty quick. That, you gotta be really careful, even online as well. But I'm the kind of person that is very impatient. And for some reason, in my brain, it makes more sense to wait 2 months to go to a convention than it does to just go ahead and fucking order the thing and it will be here before the convention's here. Although, when I do order things online, there's only, like, a handful of websites I actually order merch from. Because rest in peace to Right Stuff. I got a really good Tengen figure from Right Stuff. And then it went down. But I pay for a Crunchyroll subscription for me and all of my friends. So, I get, like, a whole $1 off of a lot of merch. Although, the only time I've ever actually ordered from Crunchyroll, it took forever to ship. It was a pre-order, but it took forever. So, there's that. Getting anime merch is hard sometimes. There's so many fun, plushies you can find on Wish and Temu type places. Yes! Yes! I know my friend Null likes to go on eBay and just look at, like, the cheapest plushies and see, like, try to figure out how many of them are, like, bootlegs. Because some of them are a little cursed. And some of them are very obviously ripoffs of, fan artists. Because I know there are certain, like, fan artists that kind of produce their own plushies. And some of these, like, $6 eBay plushies are very clearly a knockoff of, some of these, like, artists' plushies. Because there are a couple of artists that have Astarion plushies, and when we were looking at Astarion bootleg plushies one day, like, so many of them just looked like that artist. I'm still scrolling through the Sailor Moon ones. Oh. Y'all just needed to see this one. I don't have anything to say about it. Toothpaste Sailor Moon with a Funko Pop. It's like the Funko Pop, but they actually put details on their eyes, which kind of makes it worse. I just remembered my bootleg FNAF Puppet and Balloon Boy plush when I was really young. Oh no. Not the bootleg FNAF. I don't think I've seen a lot of bootleg FNAF. I see a lot of fan art. I see a lot of fan-made FNAF. I feel like I don't see a lot of FNAF merch, actually. I know there is, because there was an era of my life where I would love to go, like, window shopping at, like, the toy section at, like, Walmart or whatever, and there was a lot of FNAF stuff there. So, that was always fun. Oh, is Dingy gonna come over here, or is he just gonna act like it and then leave? Greyjig, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Are y'all playing Baubles? I think I still have to update Marvel Rivals. So, no Baubles for me tonight. Not the yelling. There used to be a ton of FNAF merch everywhere. I believe it. I believe it. FNAF was like the horror game turned children's franchise cash cow. Like, everything else that came after that was just trying to follow the FNAF formula. And, like, I get it, get your bag, but also, like, girl, we can't all be FNAF. I genuinely love the bad plushies, but one type I don't like is the ones that are just stolen art, no matter how funny the badly cropped art is on bed sheets and pillows. Yeah. How dare Dingy leave in the middle of stream? How dare he? He didn't even come say hello. Y'all just had to watch him lurk out the door like a freak. Okay. Yeah, no, that is like the one thing that makes bootlegs a lot less fun, especially now when a lot of fans do have fan-made merch. It's just all of the stolen art. Dingy's hungry? He probably is. I know, nowadays, he doesn't really eat wet food that much, so we don't, like, actively feed him dinner. We just keep his bowl full of dry food and he paces himself. But there for a while, we fed him dinner at 9 o'clock every night. So now he just, like, lurks in there to go eat at 9 o'clock. I've learned my cat prefers dry food. Which my grandma thought was very surprising. She's like, the wet food is so nice, though. It's like, well, if you give it to him more than, like, once a month, he just doesn't eat it. He'll eat, like, half of it and then decide he's done. And then it sits there all night and gets gross. Anyway, I love my cat. Cats can be really fussy. Yeah, no, they can be. And some cats just don't really care for wet food, and that's fine. But if we only give him wet food, like, every once in a while, he devours it. Like, I know he had his birthday a couple weeks ago, and I gave him some wet food to be, like, special, because it had been a couple months since he had wet food. And so I gave him some wet food, and he loved it. He ate all of it. He was so happy to see it. So I think it's just, like, a every once in a while thing for him, because he gets sick of it so quickly. And it does not take much for him to get sick of it. Also, Overlord, thank you for the hydrate. Here's my last bit of water. And the posture check. Oh, we love to see it. I love that the posture check is basically just a way for y'all to tell me my posture is ass. Also, thank you for the stretch. Oh, we kind of needed that, actually. Okay. I know no one here cares about Black Butler, but can I run an idea by you guys real quick? I've been low-key kind of, like, hyperfixating on making more panels to present at conventions because I had a really good time. And also, the other convention that I like to go to, you have to do 4 hours of programming to get a free badge, but they also say that this is rare, so maybe they're like less likely to accept multiples from like the same people. But anyway, I'm gonna try anyway, because we love not having to pay money to spend money. But anyway, one of the things that I was thinking about doing was so I guess some precursor information. Black Butler anime was made in a time where animes just kind of did whatever. They didn't really follow the manga, but also there wasn't a lot of manga to follow. So like there's separate universes basically. And there's also like musicals and a DS game, and like there's all this media that's like made about Black Butler. There's even that live action movie. Just there's so much stuff that was made for Black Butler that kind of creates a multiverse in a way, because they can't all exist in the same universe because there's a lot of contradicting lore and world building. But I thought it would be fun to make a panel that goes through all of the lore and world building from like the manga, the original animes, like the musicals, like the DS game, like all of it, and talk about what contradicts and what we can add into like a big multiverse lore that all adds, because there are some things that don't necessarily contradict but can add further understanding. Like, for example, there's a thing that happens at the end of the live action movie that kind of like further clarifies what, or I guess the full extent of the contract and what necessarily constitutes as protecting CL's life. In a way that's never really explored in the manga, because we never see CL putting himself in a position where he is directly making a decision that will kill him. In the sense that like he's sacrificing himself on purpose. So like I think that's interesting. Black Butler Cinematic Universe, Black Butler in the Multiverse. Yeah, I was gonna call it Into the Kuroverse, because the Japanese title is Kuro Shitsuji, and that just rolls off the tongue better than Into the Black Butler verse. But like, is that interesting, or do I just sound very autistic? You like, both things can be true, but like I just want to get a gauge on if you think that's interesting, because I'm gonna make the panel. And if the panel does not ever get accepted, I'll just make it a YouTube video. So, like, if we think it's interesting, it's either going to end up being a YouTube video or a panel that I'm gonna record and post on YouTube anyway. So either way, it's gonna be out there if we like it. You're just weeabooing? Thanks, Overlord. Both? Yeah. Okay. Support this wholeheartedly. If I ever get my ass in gear, I heavily consider doing a video essay like this for the Sims franchise. Dear, unironically, if you do that, send it to me. I want to see it. I want to listen. Got to draw it branching out like it's all on a pen board? Yeah. No, I do. That's how I feel. That's how this series makes me feel. I feel genuinely insane sometimes when interacting with this series. My parents' cat Cinder is extremely picky about her food. Has to be a specific flavor of a specific brand, and if you fuck it up, she will go on a hunger strike and will instead resort to fishing pieces of the dog's food out of her dish and eat that instead. So, Dingy's never been that picky. He'll just not eat his wet food and eat his dry food instead. You need to pet Miss Sylvia bored about it. Alright, I'll do that. You guys also gave me a really good idea, because okay. I'll just... Let me make sure there's no doxing information before I pull this shit up. Because I have a Google Drive Okay. So, I was working on it a little bit today because for the convention that I'm going to in December, that I'm like making panels for now, want you to have PowerPoints to submit when you like submit your proposal. Whereas MomoCon didn't, but I kind of wanted to have stuff done anyway, just so that I wasn't stressed out about making it. But anyway, this is like the slide I have so far. And for the life of me could not figure out what to do as like the title slide that would be on the screen as people came in. But you guys are cooking with the pinboard idea. You really are. Also, feel free to tell me if this graphic design is ass, because I do not have an eye for graphic design. I've been making like a little outline, and there's so much shit. There's just so much. I mean, it's just, the series is almost 20 years old, so that checks out. You think it looks good? Thank you. Thank you. I will say, I have a friend who is like professionally a graphic designer, and I was like kind of sliding in. I say sliding into her DMs. She went to the convention with me. It's Haley. She goes to the conventions with me all the time. And I was like, "Hey, were the slides for the BL panel and the Satosugu panel bad?" And she said, "They're not cohesive." And I said, "Okay, bet. How do I learn how to graphic design?" So I've been trying to like develop that skill, flex that muscle. Maybe the canon is the friends we made along the way. And that's what it feels like. That's what it feels like, Overlord. Especially because I've been to Black Butler panels at conventions in Atlanta before, and a lot of the people that go only watch the anime. And a lot of people have only seen like seasons 1 and 2 of the anime and didn't keep up with it past that, and they go to see like nostalgia. And it's like, hey, actually, everything you know is not true. That's how I feel. That's how I feel all of the time whenever I'm talking to people who watched this anime in middle school and got to be normal about it. Not Atlanta. Almost every convention I go to and make a video about is based in Atlanta. So I feel pretty safe telling you guys that's where the conventions are. Maybe a slightly lighter purple, but if it's full screen, it'll probably be fine. Yeah, it's gonna be full screen. I can do this. Is that a little bit better? Also, I know the font I picked is not the most legible font in the world. Is it readable to you guys, or have I just been looking at this font too long? Because I also wasn't sure if I needed to change the font. Because I was trying to like match the font that they use. But I also feel like maybe I can't fucking read. Lena has a bunch of cute hipstery dudes. Does it? Does it? Yeah, that's... I forgot I had blank slides before and after it, so when I clicked to go out and it was just a white screen, I got very scared. I remember people didn't like season 2. Oh my gosh. Let me read Pyramus's messages and then we'll go back. We'll go back to that. Atlanta is the only city I've ever heard of getting hit by a ransomware hack. I'm gonna have to look into that because I don't remember that. But I've also like... I've not lived close to Atlanta for very long. Only a few years. I think it's fine for the header, but it's kind of difficult for the body text. Okay, that's what I was thinking as well. I just needed second opinions. I will change that then. Because sometimes I try to read it and I feel like I'm having a stroke, and then other times I'm like, it's fine. I just need to learn how to read. But yeah, Picky Pick. People did not like season 2. Because... Okay. I feel like my online presence is not spoiler-free of Black Butler, but I also recognize my Twitch streams are a different space than my YouTube channel. Does anyone... I feel like we ask this all the time. Does anyone care about spoilers for, like, season 1 and 2 of the anime? It has no bearing on the manga. officially, at least. I have theories, but like we'll talk about that later. But nah, okay. I feel like I should ask, or at the very least like make it known we're about to spoil things, just in case there's anyone lurking that's like, oh shit, I actually care about this. I don't want to be spoiled. Because I know our dear friend Toby from Alahobia has started watching Black Butler, and she's not finished it, and I feel like she's the kind of person that does kind of care about spoilers, which is also really difficult because I know she's not seen a lot of Black Butler, and I know the kinds of media she likes, and I'm just sitting here like rocking back and forth going, I feel like I should warn her what she's in for, because she's not gonna have a good time. She's gonna have the worst time, actually, when she gets a little bit deeper in. But she's also, I don't think she's actively watching it, so I don't feel like pressed to warn her. But anyway, so season 1 ends with Ciel dying and getting his soul eaten. Season 1 is a fairly self-contained story that has a very definitive ending that you cannot elaborate on. Like, it's done. There's nothing else to say, there's nothing else to do. He had his character arc, he got his revenge, and his soul became dinner. That's it. He's deaded. He deaded. Yeah. To be fair, that is like the most non-spoilery spoiler of Black Butler, because it's like, from the get-go, like, there's not really any other way the series is going to end. The manga's not anywhere, like, close to that yet. Ciel mukbang? No, literally! It's like, Sebastian has this little mukbang moment. So season 2 introduces a parallel duo and makes it seem like it's gonna be cool, and then says, LOL, never mind, Ciel is alive, his soul got stolen, and he has no memories, so fuck his character arc, fuck his revenge, fuck Sebastian, and people did not like that. It's like, they took this self-contained, very close-ended story, and then retconned half of it, or like retconned the entire ending and said, actually, this other demon came in and like stole the soul, and there's all this like bullshit that happened that doesn't really make a lot of sense like lore wise, but like fuck it, I guess what are we gonna do about it? I think that's why a lot of people didn't like it. It's also, Black Butler in general is tonally all over the place. Season 2 I think is especially egregious about it because it has these like themes. It has these very like serious themes that it tries to tackle, and then it just doesn't. Like, it brings it up, it sets these things up, but then it like throws it to the wayside to like watch Ciel and Sebastian go do some like episodic non-important things for like 3 episodes in a row, right? So it's also just very confusing continuity-wise and does not make sense in relationship to season 1. This is not Baldur's Gate. There's no act 1. And then it's even worse when people went to like read the manga or when Book of Circus came out, because there is no continuity. They just pretend season 2 didn't exist. So it creates this series that, while it is pretty accessible, is also very inaccessible, because I feel like you need to have a thesis statement to understand what the fuck is going on, and so many people to this day are still like, whoa, how does season 2 play into all of this? It doesn't. Not unless you want to get really like stringboard theory about it and talk about the parallels that kind of were like 10 years too early. But at that point, I am willing to admit I am grasping for straws and being very autistic about this series. He got it stolen by a motherfucker who tap dances on the edge of a ledge. Like, how embarrassing is that? That's embarrassing. That's why people hate season 2. That's why. Also, in comparison to Ciel and Sebastian, Aloise and Claude are just like kind of annoying. I love Aloise, but comparatively, they're like two sides of the same coin. And when you're used to one side of the coin, seeing the other can be kind of jarring. Black Butler Season 2 sounds like an experimental trial to figure out who the target audience is. You say that, Overlord, but the whole time, this throughout Season 1, Season 2, and basically like all of the manga, everyone involved in the marketing of Black Butler knows very well that the target audience is Fujoshis. For people who don't know what that means, Fujoshi is kind of like the term for... I'm using it in a gender-neutral way, but it's literally the term for girls and women that are into men kissing. The actual gender-neutral term is like a combination of Fujoshi and Fudanshi. Fudanshi being the term for like men that are into fictional men kissing. Different from people being into like real-life gay men, although 12-year-olds on Tumblr 10 years ago did not make the distinction. Oh. Yeah, no, they've had the exact same target audience the whole time. The entire time. That's who they market towards. The whole damn time. It's like it... Season 2 was basically fan fiction, but it also like spawned a lot of... So... The thing about CL is he has this, like, job where he's the queen's watchdog, and when they introduced Eloise, he was the queen's spider so that he can have the same job. Very fanfiction-esque, but also, after Season 2, everybody took that as, hey, Dingy's back. Everyone took that as, hey, I can do that too, and just be, like, the queen's fox or whatever. Also, my grandma's calling again. I need to make sure she's fine. Let me answer this. Okay, we're good. I just might have to go pick her up later. Season 2 is just like when people make up their own AU, but if they animated it, yeah, no, exactly. That's literally it. Sounds about right. I'm like, yaoi, meant to be doing a lot of stuff. Yeah, so if you like yaoi, you would be a Fujoshi or Fudanshi or Fujodanshi if you're non-binary, or just like gender-neutral terms used for you. I've seen Tumblr reclaiming the term Fujoshi a lot lately, like referring to enjoying their ships as like Fujoing out and such. Me too. I don't know if that's because I'm in an age group where nobody gives a shit about fandom politics, or if I'm like, if it's like my circle, or if it's just generally like fandom is healing. Phone call does kind of look scary and not good. She's okay. She just had to be, so every Thursday my grandma has this thing that she does, and she went today and then had to be taken to the hospital for blood pressure issues, and she's okay now, and she's had someone like a friend taking care of her, but she was just letting me know that the friend's going home and that I may need to come get her at some point during the night. We don't know yet when she's coming home, but she is okay. She's fine. She was just keeping me updated. Yeah, I've also seen a lot of like, I've seen Fujoshi be used in a more like self-referential way and like a reclaiming way than it used to be. Because I remember like it was never a slur. Let me just be, it was never a slur, but I remember when it was always used in a very negative way. Like being called a Fujoshi was an insult at one point. Half of that though was probably because a lot of Fujoshis on Tumblr in the 2010s were not actually women. And we're in the process of figuring that out. So being called a woman, or like a gross woman for fetishizing gay men when a lot of them ended up being gay men themselves, I could see why that would leave a bad taste in someone's mouth. I thought Denji was still in here, but I guess he's not. Anyway, I'm very chronically online, if you guys haven't noticed. Okay, I can X out of all of this now. I still have the Sailor Moon Bootlegs Google shirt. Let's close out of that. Yeah, he's gone. It's like he sensed I was gonna bother him. Sometimes I feel like Denji does sense my, my mischievous intent when I approach him, because he reacts like I've already started pestering him when all I'm doing is just standing there. Or he'll pop up his back and then just look at me with this crazy look in his eye. I feel old having to look up the newer terms I hear people use and having to ask a friend what something means multiple times. I usually am able to, like, after a couple of TikToks of seeing some, like, a term, I'm usually able to kind of, like, piece together what it means using my good old context clues. I'm usually able to figure stuff out. I love Naruto's author. He leans into the Fujoshi stuff a lot. Yes, a lot of shonen does. I've not finished Naruto. Probably never will. It just doesn't pique my interest anymore. So I don't know if this stands true for the whole series, but I know a lot of people used to say that the reason Naruto was so gay and a lot of shonen was so gay is that these men were so misogynistic they didn't even know how to write a woman. But I've also heard that a lot of people kind of attribute Fujoshis for like keeping shonen series alive, because they're the girlies spending all the money on merch of their little blorbos, and they're often like very, very active in fandom, and having a very active fandom and a very active online presence for a fandom does draw new people in. Because like I can't, like, there's so many times that I've been somewhat interested in something, but seeing people talk about it and share art of their favorite characters got me to actually start watching it. Or like seeing edits or like fan content got me to actually start watching it. Because if something can garner that kind of response from people, then it has to be good, or at least like entertaining. So I know sometimes a lot of people, or a lot of like series will lean into that, because that's how you get the girlies talking and spending money. And everyone loves to make money. And why is Denji going in the closet? It's my fault for having the closet open, actually. It's true about anime, and it's true about Western media too. Star Trek is the cultural staple it is now because of housewives who got really into Kirk and Spock. Yes! And those housewives, I owe everything to them. Them getting freaky about Kirk and Spock is like... I've heard it be attributed, like, that's the birthplace of modern fandom. we have them to thank for why we're here. Because I'm gonna be so real. I got interested in streaming because of the Dream SMP. I got interested in the Dream SMP because of cosplay and fan content. I got interested in just being a person on the internet, like making videos and stuff, through fandom and fan content. If it wasn't for the Kirk and Spock girlies, I literally would not be here right now. Y'all would not even know I exist. I don't know what I'd be doing if I wasn't like some fandom freak. But I literally would not be here right now if the Kirk and Spock girlies didn't do all that. He just leans into the girl fan base by making Naruto be Fujoing out with the dudes. I actually love that. That's so funny. I think that's silly in a good way. Dingy's looking for the money. He just went into the closet, came around into the bathroom, and then immediately like left again. I think I saw in the corner of my eye. Man's is roaming. You know what it is? Actually, no. My grandma usually gets home at 10:30. I was gonna say maybe he's looking for her, but he's not. It's not. It's only 9:30. All hail the OG Spurk girlies. Truly, the impact that they have had on my life. And I've never watched Star Trek. I don't even go there. I wonder if my aunt was a Spurk girly, because I know she was into Star Trek. She still is. She's young. She's too young to have been a part of, like, the Kirk and Spock girlies in the 60s. Because she was not born until the 70s. I don't think I should give you guys an exact year. That doesn't seem very internet safe of a person who is not consenting to me sharing their information. But anyway. I wonder if she was one of those girlies. Because I know back then, like, a lot of it was, like, you had to know people, and a lot of fanfiction was circulated through zines. And in a way, like, that's very much mirrors, like, doujin culture. I wonder if there were, like, underground things, like Comiket for the Spurk girlies. If I had a time machine, I'd be going back to the 60s to see early fandom. That, you know, probably wouldn't be able to see it because it was, like, you had to know people. It is cool, though. I love to learn about fandom history. I told my so my uncle, has a PhD in history. I don't know specifically what he specified in. But he's a history guy. And when I told my brother one of the panels that I was presenting at MomoCon was like the history of a genre, he said, "You sound like our uncle." They probably did have things like that, like how friends write things for each other. Yeah, like little group meetings, book clubs for Spurk fanfic. That's so fun. I want to say I wish we did that now, knowing full well, like, that's basically what an anime convention is, and that's also just basically what Tumblr is if you use Tumblr for fandom. Like, I'm doing that. I literally have a Discord, I don't have it, but I'm in a Discord server for Black Butler for the same thing. Like, it's just a group of people who have, like, similar likes and dislikes about a certain series just hanging out together in a very comfy, cozy space. And we love to see it. Okay. I've got glitter everywhere. Enid would have glitter everywhere, though, so we're being in character. I never understood how people found so many friends, the cosplay groups and such. So, I will say, picky pick, a lot of people who do cosplay groups, especially if it was like a one-time group and not like a group of people who always cosplay together, they're probably not even friends. They just like go to the same cons, kind of know each other, and plan to do a cosplay together. I know in a social media age of cosplay, a lot of them aren't friends. They're like acquaintances, or they're asking people who they know will look good in the group, and like that's kind of it. But like actually making friends though, the people, so my convention group that I go to cons with now, I met Haley in college, and then the rest of the group is literally just her friends that she grew up with that I have become friends with now. but it's just like keeping in contact with, like, if you are fortunate enough to have people in your real life, like your real day-to-day life, that have the same interests as you, it's just fostering those friendships and keeping up with them. But also, like, fan meets are a good way. A lot of conventions will have like fan photo shoots where like they'll do a photo shoot for, like, because we've been talking about it, Black Butler, and it'll be like on the schedule, like Black Butler fan photo shoot, and anyone who is interested in Black Butler is welcome to drop by. You don't have to be in cosplay to go. It's basically just like a big fan meet, and the people in cosplay are taking pictures together. I'm really shy. I'm really shy in person, and when I go to these things, I almost never talk to people, or I latch on to one person that I speak with, and then I don't really speak to them again afterwards. I'm really bad. I'm worse about it now than I used to be, but I'm really bad at making new friends in person. So I know it's hard. Trust me, I know it's hard, but that's how you meet people that are in the same fandoms as you, is going to conventions and like actually having conversations with people there. Otherwise, internet friends. Just gotta pick some freaks that you can have a conversation with. I say freaks affectionately. It's a really interesting thing to hear. Thanks for explaining it, genuinely. I'm glad that I can explain it. I think the only reason I know that is because... So I'm the kind of person that really only cosplays with friends. Just because it's easier for me to, like, plan things. And the past few years of my life, since I have spent the past few years not having consistent income, it has been difficult to plan cosplays. And I was more comfortable planning things with my friends who understood my situation and were patient enough to not get mad at me if I had to cancel or couldn't actually, like, follow through with an idea that we had. Very, very fortunate that my friends have been very patient with me throughout that era of my life. But I will say, in 2017, I did an Osamatsu-san cosplay group, and I had been cosplaying Karamatsu for a few months and, like, posting on Instagram. And I know at the time a lot of people would try to, like, follow cosplayers that go to the same cons as them and, like, kind of, like, build that local community online. And there was a person who reached out to me and was like, hey, we're trying to do an Osamatsu cosplay group at MomoCon this year. And I said, sick, I would love that. And they were close enough in age to me that it wasn't weird, but, like, there's a reason we're no longer still friends. Because they are the age of my little brother. And I was like 19 at the time, so it was like, I'm just hanging out with people the same age as my brother. But then once I got like a year or two older, it was like, okay, I really don't want to hang out with 17-year-olds. 17, I don't want to hang out with 17-year-olds, but yeah, we, like, planned that group on Instagram, hung out for that day, took our pictures, did our little videos, and then we never really spoke again. We had talked about, like, doing the group multiple times after that. It fell through. And then I remember right before COVID hit in 2019, I wanted to put a JoJo's group together for, like, part 5, and I made a Narancia cosplay. And at the time, some Atlanta cosplayers made a Discord group for Atlanta cosplayers, or, like, people who went to conventions in Atlanta. And I just asked in the Discord group, I said, hey, I'm making this character. Would anybody be interested in doing a group? And people volunteered. Like, we didn't know each other, we never spoke, but people wanted to, like, get cute pictures as a group. Needless to say, COVID happened, so that group never happened, and I've not spoken to them since. I'm sure they're great people, we just never actually connected. But, like, literally, it's just as simple as, like, asking people that either already cosplay, like, what you would want to do a group as, or, putting out feelers in, like, group settings to see if anyone would be willing to cosplay with you. Like, I have friends that'll just post their Instagram story and say, hey, I'm interested in doing this. Would anyone want to, like, do a group? Literally, I think we're friends. I've met them a couple of times. They're more Haley's friend than mine, but they asked about doing a One Piece group. I literally slid up into their DMs and said, I would love to be Buggy, but I've not read One Piece, so, like, if no one else claims Buggy, I got you. but like I don't want to claim Buggy over someone who actually like knows the character more. I'm only 20 chapters into One Piece. I haven't met a single person with my interest at college. I'm so sorry to hear that, Pyramus. Okay. I'm gonna finish catching up on chat and then I'll say what I'm about to say. I can see how that would happen at places like colleges, especially art classes, is where I would hear more people like that go. That's fair. I used to have a D&D group from work, just a bunch of office dudes dressing up with hoods and dollar store kids' armor and swords. That sounds so fun. So, Pyramus, take this with a grain of salt, because I can't guarantee a club exists, and I can't guarantee there's good people in the club. It depends on what your interests are specifically, but I remember, so Moya, we all know and love Moya. I met Moya at College Anime Club, and we've been best friends ever since. The rest of the club was ranted neckbeard dude bros that were into lolicon stuff. So, and they also had complaints about misogyny, like official complaints filed with the college about them being like misogynist and like discriminatory. So it's very much a gamble. But you could always, like, if there's something you're interested in that does have a club at your college, it is worth it to at least drop by at least once, just to see what the vibes are and see if you, like, meet anyone you can be friends with. What? College anime clubs are surely, just anime clubs in general are surely an experience. Not all good. Not all good. There's a stereotype for an anime fan that's not positive and downright concerning, and those are also the same kind of people that you would think populate a college anime club, and you would be right, but they are not the only person there. There were some people that seemed genuinely cool, but I found them intimidating, so I did not talk to them. They were also like a bit older than me because I was like year 1 college, so that added to why they were intimidating. But that's how Moya and I met, and we're still friends. That was like 2016, 2017. No, that was we met in 2016, and I'm still friends with Moya. I used to go to an anime club in high school. There was a neckbeard that never showered and just stunk, so yeah, 'twas disbanded. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I understand that a lot of time, the reason like anime fans or like Magic the Gathering fans or like these nerds have hygiene issues is it is probably linked to neurodivergence, because it is a thing that like certain neurodivergence, like autism, can struggle with hygiene. Like, I'll be so real, I have always struggled to keep up with brushing my teeth every single day. I'm a lot better about it now, but thank God it doesn't show, but there's a reason, like, some of my teeth are very yellow. Like, I understand hygiene difficulties are very much linked to autism, and I also feel like there's a stronger presence of, like, autism and neurodivergence at conventions or in these, like, nerdier spaces. I get that. But also, like, my brother in Christ, I promise you've got to learn to bathe. It gets better. It gets better. My sister was able to overcome it, thankfully. She was able to overcome the hygiene issues linked to her autism. But like, it just gets to a point where the people are dead-ass biohazards. I've heard of some horror stories from people who worked at like GameStop or like just like game stores in general, and the people literally become biohazards. Like, that cannot be healthy for themselves either. Teeth pretty, at least they don't look British. Yeah, like, they're not that. I'm not insecure about it, unless it's like sometimes there will be a picture and it's like that tooth is the worst one. And sometimes like the lighting just makes it look extra yellow and I'm like, ooh, I look like I don't even know what a toothbrush is. But most of the time it does not look that bad. But like I understand the hygiene struggle. I really do. So I try not to be too much of a bitch about it, but at the same time, it's just not healthy and it's really bad for them. They gotta learn better. And also, it also seems like the stereotype is those people are rude as hell too, which again could be linked to neurodivergence and like issues with social cues and all that, but also being autistic is not an excuse for being a jackass. So like the two are not mutually exclusive. Both things can be true about a person, and they're not intrinsically linked. Gas mask and hazmat suit on the ready. I won't lie, I've been in more medium to like smaller fandoms, but now I know there are a lot of people who are big on canceling and calling things problematic. I feel like things are different in different ways than how they used to be, and not all in bad ways. No, that's so fair. You're absolutely right. The fandom landscape has changed a lot in the past 10 years. But I will say a lot of that vitriol is purely online. It is purely online. I have never, and again, to use Black Butler as an example, that's a fandom that has changed a lot over the past 10 years, because in the early 2000s and the 2010s, nobody really like said a whole lot about shipping minors with adults. It was normalized, and Sebastiel is the most popular ship in the fandom for a reason, but also because it gets baited to hell and back, and a lot of the fan service is about that. That's a different conversation. But like nowadays, people are very, very aggressive about it, regardless of which side they're on. Like if they're for it or against it, they're still very aggressive, especially towards people that are on the opposite side of them. But I never see that in person. People just don't talk about it because it is an uncomfortable subject for most people, and they would rather have a good time and talk about the series and not cause problems. So a lot of that vitriol is very much only online, and most people in person are going to be pretty chill. Triply so if they are adults who have had time to really like reconcile their own thoughts and feelings about whatever, and may not be looking for validation that they are in fact a good person. Because I do feel like sometimes a lot of people get very loud about being against certain things because they want to affirm to themselves that they are a good person. But then there's also a lot of fandom has kind of mirrored alt-right talking points. But I don't have my research done to really go into depth about that. It would be an interesting thing to research, though. How fandom has evolved and how that is coincided with the rise of fascism and conservatism in the US specifically is all I can speak towards. Yeah, no, not all autisms are equal. That is absolutely true, Picky Pick. That's why I try to be a little bit more like, I guess, give people grace, especially with like the hygiene issues, because I know 9 times out of 10 that is just linked to a neurodivergence. I know that. I try not to be too mean about it. I try to be understanding, but also unfortunately one of my autism traits is having a hypersensitive sense of smell, and one of my biggest smell migraine triggers is BO, so I literally cannot stand to be around people with bad body hygiene. That's fair. That's so fair, dear. But like, there's a difference between you giving yourself space for your own personal reasons and then like directly making fun of the person. Like, a lot of people just go to making fun of the person, and I don't think that's okay. Like, if you want to say bullying can help cure it, most of the time we're talking about adults who went through school. I'm sure they've been through it already. You're not doing anything but being mean, and that's not going to accomplish anything. He has like 90k hours in World of Warcraft, and he was proud of it. I have 700 hours in Elden Ring, and I'm like, I need to learn baking instead and make a better noodle broth. Okay, but how long? Hang on. I actually can't conceptualize 90,000 hours. That's 300, or that's 3,000 10,750 days. Let's put that in years. That's 10 years. That's 10 years of time. How long has World of Warcraft been out? Came out in 2004. Okay. I was gonna say, that's actually kind of cool. That's so many hours and it's been out for a long time. We're gonna be generous and say the person you're talking about has been playing since the game came out, which was 16 and a half years ago. $10 years of playing spread out over 16 and a half years is still, like, putting in the work, clocking into World of Warcraft for your 9 to 5, truly. Hang on. How do I Google this question? If I work a 9 to 5, that's 40 hours a week. And it's 52 weeks out of the year. That's 2,000 for a year. Times that by 10. Hang on. I did this wrong. Okay, so working 40 hours a week, if you worked 40 hours a week every single week, 52 weeks out of the year, that's 2,080 hours spent working, right? Okay, so times that 16.5 is only 34,000 hours, and this man had 90K? How many hours a day do you have to play? Okay, let's work backwards. So this is Overlord, so I can do my math better. Is this like, do we have a time frame for the 90 hours? I don't know why I'm fixated on like getting this. Okay, so we divide that by like 16 and a half years. Man's clocked 5,454.5 hours a year. Divide that by 52. That's 104 hours a week. My math may not be right, but that's like, with my really rough math, to get 90,000 hours over the entirety that World of Warcraft has existed is 104 hours a week for 16 and a half years straight. That's a lot of time. That's a lot of time. Okay. Thanks for going on that journey with me. Sorry to put that one guy with 90K hours on blast. How do you even do that? Like, even at my worst Baldur's Gate period, I was not clocking that many hours a week. Concerning math. That's concerning math. One of the worst feelings has got to be when you're in a fandom with more problematic topics in the work, and then you get someone who takes the problematic and makes it a part of who they are and act like the worst of the creator's work, and are just unbelievably rude, and miss the characters being characters and not to be a thing to want to be like. I had the displeasure of having one of those people in one of my spaces. Only recently have I been able to get back to enjoying it. Who can heal, guys? It took so long, but healing is yes, healing is possible. Being able to get past it is so hard, but it is possible. Yes! No, you're so right. Honestly, I feel that though. I'm trying to think of the way to like say this with wording that actually conveys what I'm feeling. Because to say that I like and enjoy doesn't quite get it across, but I resonate a lot with stories that tend to cover topics that are more problematic. And it's like, the depiction of something doesn't necessitate condoning it. And oftentimes a lot of these stories are like setting out to tell certain types of stories for a very specific reason, and a lot of times there's a lot of nuance involved, and I understand TikTok fandom. It's not TikTok's fault. It is not TikTok's fault. It's just with the rise of anti-intellectualism and the degradation of public education in the US specifically, because I can't speak for like other countries, but I know nuance is lost on a lot of people, and sometimes it's not their fault, but then also sometimes people are very willfully ignorant, and that also does make fandom kind of difficult, because it's like, I'm out here trying to enjoy a work for all of its nuance and the things it's doing, and you're out here looking at it like it's a blueprint that should be followed. Might be exaggerating, but yeah, he was boasting about playing several hours a day and playing up to 2 days straight at a Oh, 2 days straight at a that's how you do it. That's okay. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yes, we went to his place, and thankfully it's not like Asmongold levels of shit, but there's concerning smell. I don't want to be a bitch about it, because I do know people who live like that. It is usually linked to like some sort of like, there's something going on in their brain. There's something going on in their brain. And I don't want to be a bitch about it, but also it's like, how do you live like that? Like, that is so far out of what my brain is okay with like living in, that it's like, I don't understand how they're doing it. I miss when I didn't know who Asmongold was. I started seeing TikToks of like some of his, about like his living condition, and like the blood wall from, was it like his gums would bleed sometimes with like gingivitis or something? I don't know. I don't really know what I'm talking about, and I don't really care to fully know, but it's like deadass biohazard type of living conditions. Having soap get in your eye in the shower changes a person. No, there was a period of my life where more often than not, when I washed my hair, shampoo was getting in my eyeballs. And it was a miserable time. It was a miserable time. We are so lucky that I would rather get soap in my eyes every day than feel my scalp when it's greasy. Blood wall? I hadn't heard about that. Let me Google this. Who is this man? Actually, I don't want to show this on stream. It's not like, visually, it's not that bad. I just don't want to show it on stream because I feel like it's gross. Y'all can Google it if you want, but it's not that bad. I'm being a little dramatic. But yeah, he has a wall next to his bed that's just like that he smears blood on. It's dried blood from when my teeth would bleed overnight. I just wipe it on the wall when I woke up so I didn't have to get out, is what he has said about it. Yeah. I don't want to put that on stream. Y'all can look it up if you want. He threw up in the shower and left it there for so long the acid burned up his shower curtains. That's disgusting. Also, this is not at all the point of that story. Wild that he must have thrown up in the one corner of the shower that the water didn't actually reach. Like, it's almost impressive that it was in a spot where the water didn't reach to, like, rinse it out. Last time I checked his Facebook, he is a manager at a supermarket chain. Hopefully he got some help. Here's to hoping. I hope he did as well. Said recently he hasn't worn deodorant since he was 14 because he's not fat and doesn't need it. Okay. Well. I was ready to give him the benefit of the doubt because I do know a lot of people have like allergies to the aluminum. And it's hard to get deodorant that doesn't have aluminum in it. That's crazy, though. Not him implying that, like, fat people are intrinsically, like, more gross because they're fat. That's wild. I don't think he, like, inherently meant it that way, but that is the connotation of, like, I don't need deodorant because I'm not fat. Like, that's not how this works. Everybody sweats, my guy. Everybody has BO. Very fortunate not to have Asmongold lore. Everything I learn about this man is against my will. It just keeps popping up. I'm sorry, it's come out here as well. I've never found a deodorant that didn't feel like my armpits were going to melt, but I still put it on. Are you allergic to aluminum? Thank you for the posture check, by the way. I will say, there are, like, organic, natural type of stuff that I think does aluminum free. The only issue is, in my experience, they don't do shit. Maybe I'm just extra stinky, but they're not good. They're not good quality. Also, thank you for the stretch and hydrate. I'm gonna have to go get some more water for the hydrate. This is for you, Picky Pick. Literally tried every deodorant. I think it's just a skin issue at this point. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I really do hope you're able to find that, like, one deodorant that does not make your armpits feel like hell. That really sucks. Never go full Asmon. Take a shower. Time to die. No, trust me. Guys, whatever issues I might have with hygiene have nothing on the sensory hell that it is for me to have greasy hair. And my hair gets greasy so fast, like, I have to wash it every single day. And I hate the way it feels when it's greasy. Sensory nightmare is beating out any sort of issues with hygiene. I feel like nowadays it's harder to get deodorant with the aluminum because of the clean beauty trend and everything, but unfortunately that means it's hard to find actual antiperspirants because that's what the aluminum does. I'm gonna be so real, dear. I did not know that that was an issue because I've been using the same deodorant since I was a teenager because I know it works for my body, and I'm really bad about, like, finding new hygiene and beauty products. Like, if I've been using something and I like it good enough, I'm just gonna keep using it. Like, why change it up if it works? Like, if I don't have any issues, I might as well just keep using the same thing for the rest of my life. And I'm gonna do that for as long as I can. Although I am more willing to, like, experiment with soaps. I love a good smelling soap. I got some soap at the Rin Fair. I got lots of soap at the Rin Fair, but I like one in particular. It smells like baked goods, like a nice pumpkin pie, and I love a good, I think it's called gourmand smells. Basically, like, if it smells like baked goods, I'm all over it. I love to get some fun, funky soap. The number one reason I shower every day is because my hair grosses me the fuck out, right? Like, it just feels bad. Like, when my scalp gets greasy, it's, like, itchy, and the hair feels heavy, and, like, I'm very aware of the weight of my hair when it gets greasy. Like, the paint has made my hair feel heavier. Like, it feels so heavy. Luckily, it's not, like, all the way up to my scalp, otherwise I'd be losing my mind. I got made fun of for smelling nice? God forbid someone wants to smell fun and nice. That sucks. Anyway, I should probably wrap up stream soon so that I can close my windows because it is dark. Should have put on the Shark Tornado Bomb Cologne. Should have. What did that smell like? This is the first I've ever heard of it. I change so much deo in the men's section. There's like 30 in one body shower, shampoo, car oil, car oil hand soap deo combo wombo, which is wild because it's like, God forbid a man want to make sure his skin doesn't fall off. God forbid a man want to be clean. Why are we combining everything? It has a shark in it, so I think the word shark is dragging me in. Controversial take, 3-in-1 isn't that bad. I'm gonna be real. I've always had a very sensitive scalp, so if I didn't have a shit ton of conditioner in my hair, I couldn't brush it. It hurt. I was a very weak child. And the combination shampoo and conditioner, like if it was in one, like combined in one product, for some reason, the conditioner did not condition well enough and I could not brush my hair. So I've never enjoyed combo products because I need my conditioner to be undiluted so that I can brush my hair. I'm less sensitive about it now, I think, but I also don't brush my hair as much anymore. So maybe it's not that I'm less sensitive, it doesn't come up as much. You can use a Mint 3-in-1 to clean a car. Are you being dead ass, or is this like a hyperbole? 3-in-1 shouldn't be used in your hair is all I'm saying. Yeah, because I think it kind of dilutes it a bit. At least if you like need the conditioner, it is not good. I don't know if a combo body wash and shampoo is any good. Like, soap is soap. I'm sure it's fine. But if you needed the conditioning, it's not gonna do it for you. Anyway, I'm glad we got to like yap about hygiene. When I started stream today, I did not think this is where stream was gonna go. The face body hair ones actually made my hair feel less bad than other shampoo that made my hair go bad so fast. Oh, that's fair. I mean, everybody's body is gonna be different. So like, the ideal shampoo for you may not be the ideal shampoo for me, and that's fine. Like, if it works for you, then that's great. As long as everyone is clean at the end of the day, use whatever. Cleansing conditioners are nice. I use a color depositing cleansing conditioner to keep up my pink hair, and it keeps my hair soft and clean enough. That's good. Apologies for being quiet, but I've been sucked into Expedition 33. I hope you're having the best time. That game looks so fun. Don't even worry about being quiet, J-Train. I'm a chronic lurker. I will open a stream, maybe say hello, and then just like have it playing on my computer and then go sit in my bed and watch it from across the room. I do that all the time. Especially at night. Like, if I'm not like cleaning my room or doing a task while watching a stream, I'm sitting across the room from the stream unless I am actively in chat. It's probably more down to the types and brands all have the abilities to be good. That's fair. That's fair. And like, certain products are gonna work better for certain people depending on like your grease levels. Because I know there's like different skin types and obviously different hair types. So if you're a really greasy, oily person, you're gonna need one thing that somebody who is not a really greasy, oily person is not gonna need. Doing gaming and watching stream really is the best, and it so is. We love to do it. Okay, I need to stop yapping, because I need to end stream so I can close my windows and eat dinner. Anyway, thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out. I'm sorry I dangled the promise of gaming and then just kept talking. Thanks for hanging out. I hope the people who wanted an Enid cosplay are happy with what we got. I did my best. I did my best. I'm very happy with the hair situation. I need to go wash it though, but I'm very happy with it. Thanks for talking. Thanks for listening. Thanks for listening. I'm so glad that we have cultivated a community where we all just like indulge each other in whatever conversation we want to have. The hair did turn out so cool. Thank you. It's good to know that I can do this for whatever reason. The blue Yeah, don't worry about the blue hand. It's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna go watch. Actually, I know this face paint stains. The face paint I use stains skin. I'll try my best to wash it off. Next time you guys see me, my hand will be a normal color. I am not streaming on Saturday because it's D&D night for the first time in a million years. And I also will not be streaming next Saturday, but we'll talk about that next week. Anyway, so the next time I see you guys will be Tuesday for some Dragon Age. And I think next week we're gonna start a new visual novel. I got kind of tired of playing the one we were playing on stream. I feel like that would be better to just like grind out off stream. But next week we're gonna start one that I have not added to my library yet. Oh, here it is. It's called Our Life, Beginning and Always. I've seen so many things about this, and Kay played it recently in Discord, and now I really want to play it. So that's what we're going to be playing next week. We need a boys love boy, a boy loves boy one. What do you mean? Elaborate in the Discord, 'cause I'm about to end. Let me kill Spotify, because if I keep it playing, I'll just keep yapping. Anyway, have a good night. Cosplay looks great. Thank you! Thank you guys for coming and hanging out. I will see you guys Saturday. Oh, shit! Who are we gonna raid? Sorry, my brain's a little all over the place right now. Do we want to keep these crafty vibes going and I send you guys to Tommy, who is making something? They're building a Gundam model kit. I would send you to June, but we just raided June on Tuesday. I don't want to only raid one person all the time. But I hope you enjoy hanging out with June. Anyway, I'm gonna send you guys over to Tommy. We love Tommy. I got to see them at MomoCon, and I was so excited. I love seeing my friends. Tommy's having a crafty stream, a just chatting crafting stream, building a Gundam model kit. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. I will see you guys on Tuesday. Thank you for coming out. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and I will see you next time. Good night!